Welcome everybody to a very sunny and beautiful Yager Stadium here in Oxford, Ohio, on the campus of Miami University, where Sean, it is the 100th edition of the Battle of the Bricks rivalry game between the 4-2 Ohio Bobcats and 2-4 Miami RedHawks. Miami currently a 3.5-point favorite with a total of 43.5 for this Week 8 matchup. I'm Bryan Miller, joined by Sean Wiesemann. And Sean, we should have another beautiful day here for this rivalry game.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for this game because this will just give us a chance to see if Miami is the class of the MAC. Obviously a tough loss to Toledo last week, but a chance against a quality opponent in Ohio and gives them a chance to see what they're really made of here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for Miami. A tough non-conference schedule got them to a 1-4 start. But last week they responded well with a 38-14 win at Eastern Michigan in a game, Sean, that really saw an offensive explosion for the RedHawks, beginning with the very first play.
Absolutely, yeah. I was shocked at the big playability of the RedHawks, considering how little of that they've been able to get done the last 5 weeks or so, and it was so refreshing, I think, for RedHawks fans to be able to see some explosivity, whether it be the opening 75-yard bomb from Brett Gabbert to Reggie Virgil, or they had a couple other big runs and a 44-yard touchdown run to finally seal it for Jordan Brunson with 1:30 left. All in all, was a very good performance from the offense, and you hope to see them continue that against a very stout Ohio defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the stats from last week's RedHawks win. Brett Gabbert, 10 for 13. Not a ton of passing attempts, but very efficient. 222 yards and 4 touchdowns on the day for the 6-year senior. Running game's also been a bit of a concern early in the season, but has been rebounding pretty well the past few weeks with Keon Mosey, 16 carries and 100 yards. You mentioned Reggie Virgil, 3 receptions, 113 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And then on the defensive end, DB Eli Blakey, 18 tackles.
Everywhere, yeah.
That's a pretty good day. That
Yeah.
doubled his career high, so monster day for the DB. And then Matt Salopek, the 6th-year linebacker, we see him
He's
every
always
week making
too.
these big plays.
Yep.
8 tackles, 1 TFL, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble, so a huge day for Salopek and the RedHawks in general last week. For the Ohio Bobcats, last season they went 10-3, beat Iowa State at home during the non-conference, went 6-2 in conference play, so pretty good year, and they're starting to continue that again this year. Bobcats currently 4-2 and undefeated in MAC play, coming off of a 27-25 win at Central Michigan. Got off to a very strong start, went up 24-0 at halftime, but a late comeback from the Central Michigan Chippewas wasn't quite enough, and Ohio gets their second win in conference play. Huge day by Parker Navarro, the quarterback. 13 for 22 passing, 147 yards and 1 touchdown. Doesn't sound great, Sean, but the dual threat ability from Navarro was very much on display. 14 carries, 176 yards, and 1 touchdown for the Bobcat quarterback.
And I'll tell you, just reading that stat line alone tells you that it's going to have to be a big day from the linebackers Ty Wise and Matt Salopek in order to contain the rushing ability of Parker Navarro, and then obviously Anthony Tyus with 17 carries and 95 yards as well in that game. That's a really explosive rushing attack that's going to need to get held in check in order for the Miami defense to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something I'll get into a little bit later, but we've seen this Miami defense struggle at times against dual-threat quarterbacks that they've seen throughout the schedule. Some of the storylines coming into today's game, first for Miami, I mentioned it earlier, but they're just getting better and better. Probably their best performance of the season last week at Eastern Michigan, season high 421 yards of offense, and that's good news for the Red Sox because they played their most, in my opinion, their most critical game of the season in about a half hour against the Bobcats. Sean, with no divisions starting this season in the MAC, these head-to-head victories over other MAC contenders is huge, so it just further emphasizes the importance of this game.
You're absolutely right, and I want to further that point by saying that while the Toledo loss was tough, it certainly didn't disqualify them from the MAC because of the way the no divisions have been set up this season. And so that gives really good teams like Miami who, they might be in a division. Last season, that would have sunk their chances at a MAC championship berth most likely because Toledo and Miami were in the same division. However, or not in the same division, but a loss to Ohio here could sink their chances. However, that's not the case now. They still have a chance, barring some pretty fluky things happening, to still have a MAC championship berth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to give any wins away in conference season, especially with the way that this conference works. But if you look at the upcoming games for Miami for the rest of the regular season, I would argue that Miami's pretty much done with their toughest stretch of the year after this game against Ohio. Also for Miami, next storyline, they've been really airing it out on offense. We've seen this Miami offense. They haven't really been afraid to throw the ball deep throughout the season, but they haven't connected on many of those shots until last week with that first play 75-yard touchdown to Reggie Virgil. Sean, if they're able to connect on those deep threats again, it should be another good day for the Red Hawk offense.
You're very right, and that's something I want to see them continue to do, Brian, is I want to see them continue to push the ball down the field. For so many stretches, especially early in the season, it was 6-yard check down, 5-yard check down to K. McDonald, or 5-yard check down to Jack Coldiron, and it was getting pretty easy to figure this offense out. And with a lack of a running game early in the season, too, it made it so that was all they really could do.
Yeah.
Now that you have the running game open up and Keon Mosey really emerging as your running back one and Kevin Davis emerges, you're kind of receiving back, it gives you some versatility and it gives you a chance to be creative.
Yeah, I think it really shows that ability to stretch out the defense vertically. If we're able to see that again for Miami, it should really open things up. And last week for Miami, last storyline, a lot of new players on the field for the Red Hawks. Chuck Martin mentioned in his press conference on Monday just the amount of new players that they've had to roll out there due to injuries. He mentioned 8 of the 11 players on the kickoff team were freshmen. We saw freshman running back Josh Ringer get his first career carry last week. And Cole Weaver, freshman receiver, very first play, very first reception, catches a 20-something yard touchdown. Huge play for the Red Hawks. My favorite story from that press conference, Sean, Chuck Martin mentioned that at halftime he went up to Weaver and he said, hey, if we're in this certain look, this certain formation in the red zone, you're probably going to get the ball. You're definitely going to be in. And he said he had a concerned look on his face, which might be normal for a freshman. It's like, oh, man, is he ready to play? Is he ready for college football? But no, he wasn't nervous about going in. He was nervous because he's holding up the personnel signs on the sidelines. And he's like, well, someone needs to hold up the signs. I just thought it was a very good story, something you don't always see at the power conference rank, but definitely see here in the MAC. My favorite quote from that, he said, Chuck Martin said, quote, Ohio State is the guy making $100,000 holding up the sign. We have Cole Weaver. So really just shows the difference between those types of programs. Moving on for the Ohio storylines. Ohio, they're trying to end the drought. I mean, this has been a pretty good program over the years, Sean. 13 bowl appearances and 5 appearances in the MAC championship game.
Frank Solich had him in a really good spot before he retired.
Absolutely, absolutely. But they still haven't won a conference championship since 1968, which seems kind of crazy to think about because they've been such a solid, reliable program. But the Bobcats, as I mentioned earlier, 2-0 in MAC play and on top of the conference standings, and currently the betting favorite to win the MAC, plus 410 on FanDuel, and I believe even shorter odds on DraftKings. So Bobcats looking to end that conference championship drought. And I mentioned it for Miami, but Ohio also has a bunch of new players, new faces on the field. They return at least 41 new players. It's hard for me to get an exact number on that.
And that includes Curtis Rourke, who's obviously tearing it up for Indiana and potential Heisman contender for them, along with a lot of offensive players, the multiple offensive linemen, their top 2 wide receivers both left. It's been a real I imagined it would be a real challenge for them, but it seems like they haven't entirely missed a beat, given that their schedule's been a little on the easier side. But regardless, it's been impressive to see what Tim Albin's been able to do.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good coaching job from Tim Albin.
You got to say that this is definitely one of the best coaching jobs in the MAC for sure, given, like you said, that how few people they're returning.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that. You mentioned how few returners they had. They ranked 133rd out of 134 FBS teams in returning production, according to SP+. So it really just shows how maybe not depleted is the right word, but just how many new players are going to have to play for
And
the
the transfer
Bobcats.
portal and graduation hit them really tough last season, so it's been interesting to see.
And a lot of those came after the spring season.
Yes.
So it's not even like after fall you get new guys in
No.
for spring ball.
It
After
makes
that,
it a lot more difficult to replace those players too, which speaks to the depth that Ohio's been able to recruit and bring in as well.
and the coaching job that Albin's been able to
Absolutely.
do
Yep.
this season for the Bobcats. But with all those new players, Sean, that means teaching them the right culture and the importance of this rivalry game against Miami. Albin in his press conference, he noted all the texts that he got from alumni, even from a player who graduated in 1968. He also mentioned, and a few of the other players mentioned, they're putting up signs around the football facility with Miami's logo, them holding up the MAC championship last year, scores from last year. So Tim Albin and company trying to teach the new players about the importance of this game.
As they should, because as you said, with 41 new players, it can be hard for some players to understand the importance of this rivalry. But when it's the oldest rivalry in the entire Mid-American, this means a lot to a lot of alumni, a lot of fans, and obviously now the players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the change with the players, also changing with the coaching staff as well. They have a new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. On the offensive end, Bryan Smith, been at Ohio since 2022, was the running backs coach, also spent time at Washington State and Hawaii before appearing in Athens. But Ohio seems to be adjusting well. They're fourth in the conference in total offense at 378 yards per game. And then on the defensive end, John Hauser, also from Ohio. Previously spent 8 seasons in Oxford with Miami, was the DB's coach and co-DC from 2016 to 2022. Came to Ohio as the safeties coach, then defensive passing game coordinator, and now DC. And Ohio responding well again. Second in the MAC in total defense, only giving up 331 yards per game. On the other side of this break, we'll bring you scores from the Mid-American Conference as well as from the top 25. And after that, kickoff coming up shortly from Yager Stadium. You're listening to pregame coverage on Red Hawk Radio. Stay tuned. Can you hear me? I think we're good. Check, check. Okay. Welcome back to Yager Stadium. First, bringing you scores from across the Mid-American Conference. Currently in action right now, Eastern Michigan ahead of rival Central Michigan, 13-7. About 1:30 left in the second quarter there. A bunch of games starting at 3:30, beginning with Ohio at Miami. Also, a little further north, Kent State battling Bowling Green. Western Michigan taking on Buffalo. And Toledo taking on Northern Illinois. Both teams coming in at 4-2. A couple backup quarterbacks going in that game between the Rockets and Huskies. And to close out the action tonight, Ball State heading to a resurgent Vanderbilt team in Nashville. Commodores currently 27-point favorites. Next, Sean's going to bring you scores across the top 25.
Thanks, Brian. The first game that I've really been keeping an eye on all day has been the number 6 Miami leading Louisville 45-38 in what has been an absolute shootout. Cam Ward, 319 yards and 4 touchdowns as Miami hopes to go to 7-0. Clemson looks like they'll pull another victory as they will move to 6-1 with number 10 Clemson winning 48-31 over 4-2 Virginia. Cade Klubnik has been on a tear, 308 yards for 3 touchdowns, and Indiana beating the brakes off of Nebraska at the 2-minute warning with the 16th ranked Hoosiers winning 56-7. It looks like Kirk Yeti will get yet another victory for an Indiana team that has shocked the country, and looks like number 19 Missouri is down to the wire here with a minute and a half left against 2-4 Auburn, 0-3 in the SEC, with the Tigers down 17-14 to Auburn, with Peyton Thorne throwing for just 176 yards and a touchdown, but Auburn's defense doing enough to keep them in it. The Black Knights of Army, 23rd ranked Black Knights, that is, up 45-28 on East Carolina, with Bryson Daly, their quarterback, 30 carries, 167 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And a couple games we'll keep our eye on later today, a couple ranked matchups. The 3:30 window, 7th ranked Alabama travels to Neyland Stadium for the game against Tennessee, 11th ranked, with Jaden Milroe hoping to will the team back to victory after a stunning upset loss to Vanderbilt. And then a couple other games later today as well, Michigan versus Illinois. Michigan 24th ranked, Illinois 22nd ranked. We'll kick it now to some players and some keys to the game, as well as we have about 6 minutes until kickoff starts. Brian, take it away.
Yeah, so beginning with Ohio, we mentioned it earlier, quarterback Parker Navarro transferred in from UCF in 2022. Hasn't really played much, but did get one of his first starts in the bowl game last year after Curtis Rourke transferred to Indiana. In that game, went 11 for 16, 120 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, and also 15 rushes for 71 yards. Been one of the most effective dual threats in the entire Mid-American Conference. The past 2 weeks against Akron and Central Michigan. Passing stats pretty good, 25 for 40, 351 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, but rushing really good as well. 27 rushes for 289 yards and a couple touchdowns. Tim Albin said in his press conference, his good is good. And he's going to say that last week against Central Michigan, probably his best game so far as a Bobcat. He'll be handing the ball off to Anthony Tyus, another transfer, grad student from Northwestern, first season in Athens. Leads the MAC in rushing yards and rushing yards per game. 595 yards on 104 carries, 4 touchdowns on the season for Tyus. Coleman Owen, the top receiver for Ohio. You'll never guess it, Sean. Another transfer from Northern Arizona.
A lot of those all over the Bobcat starting lineup.
Yeah, sure are. 5th in the MAC in receiving yards at 514. Also has 3 touchdowns on the season. Also a punt returner. On the defensive end, Bradley Weaver leads the Bobcats defensive line. Had 2 sacks and a forced fumble in last year's bowl game against Georgia Southern, and is continuing that momentum into this season. 2nd in the MAC in sacks at 4. Also has 17 tackles, 4.5 TFLs, 5 hurries, and 1 forced fumble. Those are the key players for Ohio. Who are some of the key players you are looking at for Miami, Sean?
I'm looking at Brett Gabbard to capitalize on another big performance. He was 10 for 13 with 222 yards and 4 touchdowns. And last week on passes of over 10-plus yards, he was 7 of 7 for 206 yards and 3 touchdowns. I hope he keeps that explosiveness and continues his MAC-leading passing yards per game performance. And Chuck Martin even said, quote, he's starting to look like himself. Additionally, you got Keon Mosey, who has really become a real resurgence after a really strong 2022 season. Wasn't really a big factor as Rashad Amos got a lot of the carries, but he's really starting to emerge again with 16 carries for 100 yards, and he's become the #1 running back in the Red Hawk backfield. Additionally, Eli Blakey looks to capitalize on after a big performance last week, 18 tackles last week, which doubled his career high. And Chuck Martin even said he was all over the field with a ton of intent. He just continues to grow in his confidence and his play, and it's great to see as they really need somebody opposite Rayon Strader to really lock down the Ohio defense. And finally, reliable Matty Salopik, the 6th-year senior from Kent, Ohio. He's 53 tackles, which leads the team, and had 8 tackles, a forced fumble, and an interception last week. And he's 4th in the MAC in tackles currently, and he's looking like he'll be probably on track for his 4th straight 100-tackle season.
Pretty good, pretty good. Some of the keys of the game for Ohio to me, just forcing the dink and dunks. We mentioned it earlier. Miami's been very willing to push the ball downfield. If Ohio's able to contain that and try to force Miami into the short and intermediate game, I think that would be best for them. The biggest thing I'm looking for, Sean, is if the tackles could hold up on the offensive line. One of them's out, the other is questionable. We'll see if he's able to go, but you got Bryan Ugu on one side, Ty Wise on the other. Could be a tough challenge for the Bobcats. And lastly, just limiting the penalties. Ohio's the 4th most penalties in the MAC and 3rd in the MAC in penalty yards per game. What are some keys to the game for Miami for you?
Well, I'm looking at the continuation of the run game for them. We all know the struggles that they had beginning the season for the run game, and it was great to see Keon Mosey really get that taken off, and they need him to continue to be a factor. Brett Gabbert to get his legs involved, and they're going to need it against a Ohio defense that's 2nd in the Mid-American in rush defense. And additionally, it's going to flip other side of the field. The defense needs to contain Parker Navarro and his legs. All season, this defense has struggled against mobile quarterbacks, with Riley Leonard running for 143 yards. You had Cole Snyder scoring a touchdown, Mike Wright of Northwestern scoring a touchdown and rushing for 65 yards. And Navarro has been incredible, lights out, almost 300 yards rushing in his last 2 games. And Coach Martin even emphasized the importance of the defense playing together and being in sync, and that's going to be really, really important. And then finally, it's going to be about the turnover battle. As Ohio's -7 in turnover margin and 7 lost fumbles, and you're going to need to put the ball on the ground a lot to get a win against this Ohio team. And Miami's even in turnover margin, has won the turnover battle the last couple games, and that's helped them out a lot. And so if Miami's able to do that again, they put themselves in a real strong spot to win the game.
Absolutely. Should be another good one, the 100th edition of the Battle of the Bricks. Kickoff coming up right now. Luke West, Poley, Addison, Lenhart up next on Red Hawk Radio.
Bryan, thank you very much. It's the 100th edition of the Battle for the Bricks here from Oxford, Miami, fresh off a dominant win over Eastern Michigan last weekend. And the RedHawks are back at it against their arch-in-conference rival, Ohio, for the 100th time in program history here this afternoon from Yager Stadium. Beautiful day in Oxford alongside Addison Lenhart. I'm Luke West Poley. Miami winners over Eastern Michigan 38-14 last week, and the RedHawks' most complete performance by far all season. RedHawks looking to make it 2 straight and improve to 2-1 in the MAC against their biggest in-conference rival in Ohio, off to a great start of their own, 4-2 overall and 2-0 in the MAC. Ohio won the toss, and the Bobcats on the road elected to defer their option to the second half. And so the Bobcats will kick it away to the RedHawks to begin this game from left to right. Ohio is in the white uniforms with green numbers and green helmets. White text reading Ohio on each side with a double stripe down the middle. For Miami, they're in the red tops with white numbers, white bottoms with a red stripe down the side, and the white helmets with a red stripe down the center, and script Miami in red along the side. As we get set to begin this one from Yager Stadium. Settle back and enjoy. The ball is on the tee, and Gianni Spetic gets set to kick it away from Oxford. 70-degree day, right foot into the ball for Spetic, and we are underway from Yager Stadium. Fielded 3 yards deep in the end zone on the edge of the M in Miami. Kevin Davis takes a knee, and the RedHawks will start at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Addison mentioned the most complete performance and started right off the jump for Miami last week. A 75-yard touchdown to Reggie Virgil on the first play from scrimmage, and in getting the ball here first in front of a big crowd, going to be crucial to set the tone.
Absolutely. This offense has been the one real question mark for this RedHawks team so far this season. Brett Gabbert has
Gabbard out of the shotgun. He's got two receivers either side. And he's got Keon Mosey to his right. Gabbard taking the snap on first down. It's a play fake, flinging to the far side, complete to Virgil outside the numbers, scampering across the 40-yard line, shoved out of bounds at the 43-yard line of Miami. Reggie Virgil, who had 3 receptions for 113 last week and 2 touchdowns, picks up 18 on the first play from scrimmage.
Early on in the season, Gabe McDonald was the real weapon in this receiving corps for the RedHawks. He's been the most consistent for Brett Gabbard so far, but Reggie Virgil has been the over-the-top pass catcher. He's generated a lot of explosive plays for Miami so far this year.
Same formation as last, in a shotgun formation for Brett Gabbard in the offense. He takes the snap and will fling it left out for McDonald. Worms out of a tackle at the line of scrimmage and tiptoes down the sideline into Bobcat territory. And finally run out of bounds by DJ Walker, back into the lineup for Ohio after missing last week at the 47-yard line. It's a pickup of 10 for McDonald and a first down, and a great way to start for McDonald, who was held to a season low, just 1 catch and no yards last week for a guy who had a half dozen catches in each of Miami's first 2 games this year.
Game plan is clear for the RedHawks, getting it out of the hands of Brett Gabbard quickly, getting him some easy throws, getting him work into this game, establish some comfort in the pocket.
2 receivers to the short side of the field left, 2 spread out right. Keon Mosey still the back with Gabbard at the shotgun. Toes on his 48, he takes the snap, it's a play fake. Gabbard with time to throw, holding, now will check down, and it falls incomplete. Mosey got his hands on it, but he got crushed at the 45-yard line of Ohio. Good work to jar that ball free by the defensive end, Marcel Walker-Burgess, who laid the hit on the Miami running back. And it's incomplete, 2nd and 10 coming up for the RedHawks. Ball on the left hash, Miami working it right to left on the game's opening drive. Minute 15 gone by first quarter, and no score between Miami and Ohio in this historic rivalry, the 100th edition of the Battle for the Bricks. 1 receiver and a tight end left, 2 spread out to the right. Cade McDonald on the hash, and Cam Perry further out to the right sideline. Gabbard takes the shotgun snap. It's a play fake on 2nd down, stepping up in the pocket, in trouble off his back foot. He will toss that to the left sideline, throwing it away, incomplete. It'll fly into the Miami bench, and it's 3rd down. RedHawks will need 10 from the Bobcat 47-yard line. 3rd and 10 coming up from the left hash for Miami. A RedHawk team that sits 8th of 12 in the MAC at 35.1% on 3rd down this season. Gabbard will go empty set with 3 receivers to the left and 2 outright. Big play on Miami's opening drive. Ohio showing pressure. As now, Dylan Downing motioned into the backfield for Miami. Gabbard takes the snap. Bobcats only rush 3, and Gabbard rips one to the near side. It is caught short of the sticks by Javon Tracy, but the ball jarred free late, and it will actually be incomplete as Roman Parody, who led the team in pass breakups last week, punched that ball loose out of the hands of Javon Tracy for Miami. Would have been about 2 yards short of the sticks, but would have at least allowed Chuck Martin to maybe think about going for this. Instead, he's got to bring the punt team on as we approach 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Electric Coleman Owen back deep to return, and Alec Bevelheimer on a sky kick end over end and up to the 17-yard line. Fair catch called for and made by Owen. He was contacted by Miami's Silas Walters, and he wanted a flag, but he will not get one. We will see where the final mark is with the fair catch. It is right at the 20-yard line, it appears, for the Ohio offense to come out and work. So the first time we'll see the Bobcats and Parker Navarro out, and he is going to be a load for this Miami defense to handle Addison, a RedHawk defense that has really struggled with mobile quarterbacks this year, and Navarro might be the best they've faced.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real question mark for this defense, their ability to handle that read option, and Navarro certainly will put pressure on them today.
Out of the pistol on first down, he hands it off, and a little wrinkle down the right side. It is Anthony Tyus, the Northwestern transfer, that gets up to about the 23-yard line. 3-yard pickup on first down. Adam Trick making the stop for the RedHawks after a gain of 3. Anthony Tyus last week, 19 attempts for 95 yards. Parker Navarro was the leading rusher as the Bobcat quarterback. He had 196 yards on the ground last week in the win over Central. 2 receivers either side. We see Navarro now operate out of the gun, takes the snap, has time, and throws near side pass complete to Hendricks. He gets hit hard right before the line to gain, but hung on to the football at the 29-yard line of Ohio. It is a gain of 6 on 2nd down and 7, and will set up a 3rd and short for the Bobcats. Ohio on the season, 37.2%. That sits right in the middle of the MAC in 6th. They've got twins stacked to the left, one out right, and an extra tight end in the set for Navarro operating out of the shotgun. The back is Tyus to his left. Miami loading the box. Handoff goes to Tyus. Out left, met right at the line of scrimmage, and down he goes. Ball came out. RedHawks hopped on it saying they have it, but I believe the call on the field is that Tyus was already down. Regardless, the RedHawks get to him before the line to gain. It goes for no gain on 3rd and 1, and Ohio will bring out the punt team.
Season just unable to find any room there. The front 7, this RedHawk defense making a huge play there on 3rd down.
Jack Wilson, the Pro Kick Australia alum, boots this one away. A side spinning kick received by Miami's Cade McDonald. He gets swarmed at the 27-yard line. 8 Bobcats there, and he gets gobbled up at the RedHawk 28. Did actually turn that for a positive return of about 2 yards, but he got absolutely sheltered in the process. And the RedHawks will take over 1st and 10 after that short return. 4:01 gone by, opening quarter, and we've reached our first timeout on the field here from Yager Stadium. Each team with a drive, both unsuccessful. It'll be RedHawk 1st down from their own 28-yard line when we return. Game clock reset to 11:06 to go 1st quarter. No score in the battle for the bricks here from Oxford. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. We're back after this. .11:06 to go, opening quarter here from Yager Stadium. Pretty good crowd on hand, expecting about 20,000 fans here in Oxford. No score in the 100th Battle of the Bricks between Miami and Ohio. RedHawks will take over on their 2nd drive of the game offensively, 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. So glad you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. It is a beautiful Saturday here at Yager Stadium. Leaves are starting to change colors over Bonham Road behind the opposite stands. Picturesque MAC football Saturday here from Southwest Ohio. 1st and 10 for Gabbard in the offense. He's got 1 receiver out to the left and 2 out right. Preston Daniel, the snack tight end, right side of the line. And the first handoff of the game goes to Mosey, making his way down the left side, spinning through the pile, gets down the middle of the field all the way up to the 38-yard line. And that's a pickup of 10 for Mosey, who had 106 on the ground last week. Move the chains for Miami. It's a 1st down. One receiver out right and 2 to the left. Miami sits at under 100 rushing yards per game, 10th in the MAC. Gabbert out of the gun, working right to left. Ball on his own 38, takes the snap, has time to throw, sitting in the middle of the pocket, looking for the deep shot down the far side of the field. McDonald hauls it in one-on-one coverage at the 29-yard line of Ohio. He was hand fighting and came out on top against Roman Parody of the Bobcats, a 32-yard gain and a Red Hawk first down.
Brett Gabbert was looking McDonald's way that entire play. You could see he diagnosed the one-on-one coverage on the outside between McDonald and Parody right away. Gave McDonald a chance to go up and get it, and we have seen McDonald on multiple occasions this year fight off the DB and work his way back to the ball to make an explosive catch, and that's exactly what he did there.
Second catch of the day for McDonald, already better than just his one last week. Gabbert on first down, pulls out on the handoff, and now running right. He'll slide at the 25-yard line of Ohio. A 5-yard pickup on the keeper for Gabbert with his legs. That'll set up a second down and 5 from the right hash for Miami at the Bobcat 25-yard line. Clock rolling, 9:17 and counting to go, opening quarter. And donuts on the board between Miami and Ohio. Nobody out to the short side of the field right. There are 3 men out left. The back is Dylan Downing back into the lineup after missing the last couple of games for the RedHawks. Reggie Virgil now motion from the left slot, wide out right. Gabbert takes the snap, looking that way, fires, and a high ball, but catch made by Virgil. Snaring that at the Bobcat 18-yard line. He's driven back there. But a Miami first down. Roman Parody back on the zone coverage, and Virgil just beat him down to the 18-yard line for a pickup of 7. It's 1st and 10 for Miami, who enters the red zone.
The emergence of Reggie Virgil this season for Miami, cannot speak enough to what that brings to this offense. Losing Gage Larvadane to the SEC in South Carolina this season, their leading receiver, Reggie Virgil, has stepped up.
Again, he's motioned from left to right. Gabbert looking that way again, firing to the end zone, hand fighting, and it's incomplete. Virgil could only get one hand free with Parody working on him in coverage and could not haul that in with the left arm. It flies incomplete. Looking for another big hitter there to Virgil, who had the 75-yard touchdown and 113 total yards on just 3 receptions, 2 of them going for touchdowns last week. Sets up a 2nd and 10 for Miami from the Bobcat 18-yard line. 8:11 to go, first quarter. RedHawks looking to break the ice in the battle for the bricks. 2 receivers either side. They're stacked right, they're spread left. Gabbert's got Mosey to his right, and he hands it off to Mosey, trying to work the wrinkle down the middle of the field. Gets a push from his line and is back down to the 15-yard line. Mosey's carry goes for 3 yards, and that will set up a 3rd down and about 7 for the RedHawks. In the red zone with the ball shaded right inside the right hash of the Bobcat 15-yard line as Miami takes it right to left in this opening quarter. Gabbert will go empty, although he's got Downing in the left slot. We've seen the RedHawks motion him into the backfield in these type of sets. Bobcats are showing all kinds of heat, and indeed, there goes Downing to the backfield with Gabbert. He's on his right. Gabbert takes the snap and hands it off. Downing straight up the middle, fighting for extra yardage to the 10. Down to the 9-yard line he goes. Dylan Downing, the Purdue transfer, gets awfully close to the line to gain, but looks like he got 6 on 3rd and 7. Miami will be a yard short, and the RedHawks will bring on the field goal team and Dom Jobin. Straight down the middle of the field, snap by Hudson Powell. Alec Bevelheimer with the hold. Hold is down, kick is up, and it is true. Dom Jobin, Miami's first-year kicker, the former All-MAC punter, stays perfect from inside 40 yards here this season, knocking that through from 27. With 6:42 to go in this first quarter of play from Oxford, Miami has the first lead in the 100th edition of the Battle for the Bricks. It's RedHawks 3 and Bobcats nothing as we've reached a timeout on the field from Yager Stadium. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 6:42 to go, first quarter here from Yager Stadium. Glad to be with you as Miami leads Ohio 3-0 following a 27-yard field goal from Dom Jobin, putting the RedHawks in front alongside Addison Lenhart. I'm Poley. Great afternoon for football family weekend here in Oxford. Sal Vulcano is in town this week. And the RedHawks have the early lead in front of a large Yager Stadium crowd in their biggest in-conference rivalry of the season. Addison, you called the approach from Chuck Martin on that 3rd and 7 a little bit conservative, and indeed it was. Miami also elects to go with the chip shot field goal over going for it on 4th and about 1.5 yards. But overall for the RedHawks, punching it in has always been an issue for this team all season. But on the positive side, you've been on the plus side of the field now twice. Duncan Brood on the return as Kellen McLaughlin kind of rolled it along the ground there, and Brood fielded off the hop at around the 10-yard line and ran it to the 21-yard line. We'll see where they mark it for the Bobcats. They'll mark it all the way up at the 25, it appears. So that is where the Bobcats will start. 1st and 10. 6:32 to go in our first quarter, and Ohio trails at 3-0. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left for Parker Navarro. And now spreads a tight end in motion out left. Gets the snap, a play fake, fires a bullet over the middle. That is caught by Rodney Harris down the middle of the hashes at the 33-yard line. He is gobbled up by a couple of RedHawks. It was Silas Walters and Matt Salopek in on the stop for Miami after an 8-yard pickup. 2nd down and 2 coming up for the Bobcats from their own 33-yard line, working it left to right. Navarro out of the gun, 2 receivers both sides. Tyus is the running back, and he gets the hand on 2nd down and 2, shuffling his feet into the backfield. RedHawks get home, and they will knock him down. Maybe fought for a yard there, but Tyus did not have a whole lot in front of him. Patient enough to at least get to the line of scrimmage, and they will give him a yard on that final effort. But it's 3rd and 1 now for the Bobcats from the left side of the field at their own 34-yard line. And a pull and a throw up in the middle is batted in the air and falls incomplete. Looked like RPO there for Navarro, and he elected to boot it out right. His throw down the right seam got popped in the air by Michael Yarborough for Miami. Then it was up in the air for what felt like an eternity, but no one knew where it was. It was behind the back of Michael Yarborough, falling incomplete. Typically, you see a tip drill like that with the ball in the air for that long get picked off. But for Miami, at least they get another stop on 3rd and short, and the Bobcat punt team is on for the 2nd time. Cade McDonald stands between his own 22 and 23-yard lines, and the rugby-style kick is shanked down the right side. It will pop straight up in the air at the 38-yard line and set up there where the Bobcats will touch up, wanting to potentially keep that away from a dangerous return man in Cade McDonald, although the Bobcat punt coverage was very, very good the first time they kicked. Miami will be set up with good field position following that short punt of appears just 28 yards, I believe, for the Bobcats. And the RedHawks will have it 1st and 10 from their left hash of their own 38-yard line. 5:14 to go, opening quarter. Miami in front 3-0. Gabbard in the offense back out. As Addison said, no issues moving the ball so far. Just had trouble finishing off some drives. Gabbard's got 2 men to the right, 1 receiver out left, and Andre Johnson is stacked in the backfield right now for Miami. The back for the RedHawks is Kevin Davis, who just keeps switching back and forth of his quarterback. He'll move out left and take the pitch on 1st down, and straight ahead he gets car crashed right at the 40-yard line, stacked up. Couple of Bobcats in on the stop, and Roman Parody, who's already had his name called a lot today, was in there for Ohio along with Bradley Weaver, who had a sack last week. Looked like it would go for no gain initially, but those Bobcat defenders were actually a couple yards behind the line of scrimmage, so it will be a 2-yard pickup for Davis on 1st down on the pitch play. 2nd and 8 coming up for the RedHawks up to the 40-yard line. Ball on the left hash. Miami taking it right to left. Pair of receivers either side for Gabbard. Clapping his hands over and over and over again, not yet getting the snap. Now he motions Cole Weaver left of the line. Gets the snap, flings it out right. Catch made by McDonald. Makes a man miss in space. Working back towards the middle. McDonald still fighting through traffic. Bobcats trying to rip the ball out, but he holds strong. And finally, forward progress stopped at the 46-yard line for the RedHawks. That's a pickup of 6, and will set up a 3rd down and 2 off the screen for Cade McDonald, who shows some elite elusivity. Big boys up front, just one man out wide for Gabbard in the shotgun, and Dylan Downing the power back in the backfield on 3rd and 2. Bobcats loading the box, handoff goes to Downing, straight ahead, spinning, nowhere to go. Dropped for no gain, and Miami will have to punt on a huge stop for the Ohio defensive front. Alec Bevelheimer's punt skips at the Bobcat 18-yard line and just bounces straight up in the air basketball style a couple times. RedHawks will grab it there and will be marked at the 19 of Ohio. And that's where the Bobcat offense will take over 1st and 10 with 2:55 to go in our first quarter. Teams are a combined 0 for 5 on 3rd down. Defenses have come to play here in this rivalry game from Oxford. Just under 3 minutes to play in the first. It's RedHawks 3 and Bobcats nothing from Yager Stadium. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .255 to go, first quarter, and the Bobcats take over down 3-0 on their own 19-yard line. A little bit of a punting contest through the early going. Teams are 0 for 5 combined on 3rd downs, as Miami and Ohio, both staunch defensive teams, have proved to be that through the first 12 and change in this one. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Luke West Poley with you here in week 8 of the college football season. Parker Navarro's back out with the Bobcat offense. He's operating from the pistol. Tyus a couple yards behind him. 2 receivers spread out to the right, and 1 to the left. And he gets the snap and will play fake on first down, throwing to the near side, low, but caught by Hendricks. RedHawks will swarm him right as he caught it at about the 25-yard line. Pickup of 6. Could have been a whole lot more for Hendricks, who's coming off a career-high 74-yard game last week. That throw a little low, though, from Parker Navarro to his wide-open receiver. Still a 6-yard gain to set up 2nd and 4. Ball to the right hash for the Bobcats. RedHawks got home with the pass rush pretty quickly, and the quick slant was knocked down at the line of scrimmage by the RedHawks, and just like that, another 3rd down for the Bobcats. None of them have been particularly long. This is the first that's beyond 2 yards, and still just a 3rd and 4 for Ohio, but looking for their first conversion of the afternoon. Shotgun formation for the Bobcats, twins left and 1 man to the right. Ball on the right hash as the Bobcats take it left to right. 2:19 to go, first quarter, and they trail it by 3. Navarro has the snap. RedHawks rush 5. Pressure coming. Navarro escapes to the far side, trying to dive inside. He gets crushed. Flag coming in down the middle of the field, but the RedHawks get home. That's a sack for Miami. Ty Wise got back there for the RedHawks with Corbin Hondrew. Miami is pointing that this will be a penalty on the Bobcats, and we'll hear from our referee, Matt Pikowski, now. It is a penalty on the Bobcats. RedHawks decline it, and the pass rush gets into the backfield. Chuck Martin stressed the importance of his team finally getting through on the pass rush last week. 3 sacks for a defense that was one of the most disruptive in the nation a season ago. Finally starting to find their rhythm, and Ohio again forced to punt. Cade McDonald makes a man miss, had to go way back for that punt. Fielded it on a hop, and a juke move got away from the first tackler. He gets out to about the 27, 28-yard line for Miami. They'll mark him at the 26, and the RedHawks will take over from their own 26-yard line, 1st and 10, with 1:46 left to play in the first quarter. RedHawks 3, Bobcats nothing. Brett Gabbert in the offense back out. Again, Miami has moved the ball. RedHawks have just struggled on 3rd down to finish off some drives. Gabbert has 2 men to the right and 1 out left. Keon Mosey, the back to his right, and Preston Daniel, the tight end in the formation on the right side of the line of scrimmage. Bobcats have 6 men up front. They'll rush 6 as the handoff goes up the middle to Mosey, and he pushes through a tackler to the 29-yard line of the RedHawks. Rather, Dylan Downing is the back for the RedHawks on that first down play. And up the gut for 3 yards for Downing, who's seeing a healthy dose of carries after some time out of the lineup due to injury. 2nd and 7 coming up for the RedHawks. Gabbert out of the shotgun. Jack Coldiron, another guy who's been banged up for Miami, and a miscommunication up front for the RedHawks, and now all sorts of chaos as Coldiron finally sets on the right side of the line. Gabbert gets the snap, hands it off, counter to the left side, and it's Keon Mosey juking to the left side, but a great from-behind tackle by DJ Walker limits Mosey to 6 yards on 2nd and 7. He goes down at the 35, and Walker, the redshirt freshman who did not play last week, one of 6 members of this Bobcat defense that is back in after missing last week due to injury. And it will be 3rd down and 1 after that phenomenal tackle. Miami looking for their first conversion. RedHawks will still work out of the gun. Mosey is the back for Miami. 17 seconds to go in the first. Miami needs to snap it one more time in the quarter. Gabbert takes it, fakes the handoff up the middle, will throw it down the near side looking for Virgil, and he overthrew him, incomplete. Coverage provided by Roman Parody, but Gabbert overshot Virgil on the deep ball by a pretty significant margin, and the RedHawks will have to punt with 8 ticks remaining in the opening quarter.
This Ohio defense is well aware of what Miami has done to defenses in the back end, and their safeties with these explosive plays. Brett Gabbert and Reggie Virgil, multiple times this season, have been able to connect on deep passes down the field. Roman Parody is determined to not let that happen. He's been a blanket on Reggie Virgil so far in this game.
Alec Bevelheimer back out, and a long kick sends a retreating Coleman Owen to fair catch it all the way back to his own 12-yard line, where he has it 1 second remaining in the first quarter, so the Bobcats will have to run an offensive play before we take a break. But a really good punt there by Miami's Ray Guy watch list booter Alec Bevelheimer, the senior from Indianapolis. It's a 53-yard kick for Bevelheimer. His 5th 50-plus yard boot of the season. And the Bobcats will have tough field position to start this next drive. With the ball on the right hash, Parker Navarro is working out of the pistol for the Ohio offense. Working left to right in this first quarter. 1 second remains in it. 3 men left and 1 right for Navarro. His team in a 3-0 hole. He takes the snap, looking to throw on first down. Pressure up the middle, throws, and it is batted away. Looking on the left hash for Coleman Owen, the NAU transfer who is the primary punt returner for the Bobcats. And that nearly got picked off, thrown a little high for the smaller target in Coleman Owen. And I believe that might have been Silas Walters for Miami that almost hopped over the Ohio receiver and kind of mossed him for the interception. Instead, it falls incomplete, and that brings us to the end of the first quarter. You're right, it was Michael Yarborough who's had his 2 best games of the season the last 2 weeks. Season high in tackles against Toledo and 5 last week. 2 pass breakups already for Yarborough, who has looked excellent in this game as part of the RedHawks secondary. We'll take a break as we've reached the end of the first quarter here from Oxford. Our score after 15 minutes, Miami 3 and Ohio 0. Bobcats will face a 2nd and 10 from their own 12-yard line. When we come back, you're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
All the times you said you're sorry, still not sure if you told lies. But I don't care, it's all forgotten now. We're holy when we touch anyhow. Holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black guys. With the black guys. Hanging up to see if you would call me. I miss you more when you seem too far away. And you can blame it all on me as long as we can find our way. Do you remember all the times we tried to stop this? Yeah, we're holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time.
Second quarter on the way here from Oxford and a very crowded Yager Stadium. Crowd expected of around 20,000 for the Battle of the Bricks. It has lived up to that. Near side of the field pretty much full with the bleachers, and the other side with the student body on Family Weekend. Can see over there it's not just students. There's some Bobcat faithful on the right side. There's some parents intermingled as well here on Family Weekend. That side about half full, in addition to the nearly sold out section here on the near side. RedHawks lead it 3-0 after the 28-yard field goal from Dom Jobin in the first quarter. And now the Bobcats have it 2nd down and 10. Really, the teams have mostly just punted it back and forth to each other for field position. Good defense on both sides, but Miami has certainly moved the ball better than Ohio has, and that has led to a great field position advantage on most of their drives. Right now, the Bobcats have it 2nd and 10 from the right hash on their own 12-yard line. With the white jerseys and the green helmets, they'll take it right to left here in this second quarter. Bobcats go empty with 3 out to the left and 2 to the right for Parker Navarro. Takes the snap, RedHawks rush 4. Bullet pass to the far side is complete to Jake Bruno, and he gets rocked at the 16-yard line, but does hang on to the football. Bruno, the St. Francis transfer, just made his first catch in a Bobcat uniform after transferring over from the Red Flash. It's a pickup of 4 yards, and 3rd down and 6 will now result for the Bobcats. This was a struggling point for both teams. Ohio 0 for 3 on 3rd in the first quarter, Miami 0 for 4. Trips to the left, 1 man out right for Navarro. 3rd down and 4 from the Bobcats 16-yard line. Miami's got 5 men on the line of scrimmage and a 6th lurking as Matt Salopek drops back into coverage. Navarro will tuck and run, trying to counter to the near side, and he gets swung down. Matt Salopek, wagging a finger in the backfield, says, "No, sir." The MAC Defensive Player of the Year from last season brings down the OU dual-threat quarterback after a pickup of just 1 yard, and that will force Ohio to punt again. This time, we will see Jack Wilson with his toes on his own 4-yard line, just over a minute into the second quarter. Wiggling through the traffic, McDonald weaves out to the 41-yard line after that sky kick from Jack Wilson. And another nice return for Cade, who's really been limited in what he could do this year. He's been asked to fair catch the ball a little bit more, but it feels like now with Chuck Martin seemingly wanting some more of those big plays that can change games, he's giving his all-MAC returner more freedom as we get into conference play to start to return those kicks. That one looked rather dangerous. He caught it with a man right in his face, made a miss, ended up with about a 12-yard return. So 1st and 10 for the RedHawks on their own 42. Ball on the left hash for Miami, and the red tops and white bottoms taking it from left to right. Gabbert takes the snap and will fling it out to the near side, complete to Brunson in space, angling back inside the numbers across the 40 to the 44-yard line of the RedHawks. Short pickup of about 2 yards on the check down. Gabbert's eyes first move downfield before they went to Jordan Brunson on the swing out. We approach 2 minutes gone by second quarter with Miami up 3-0, 2nd and 8, resulting for the RedHawks from their own 44. Two receivers to the right and one to the left. Gabbert takes the snap on 2nd down, hands it off. Keon Mosey finds a hole down the left side, dodges a tackler, and Mosey gets upended, swirling down to the 49-yard line. He got completely spun over, head over heels, after a pickup of 4 yards. Stopped by Braylon Henderson, the junior from Pittsburgh. 3rd down and 3 coming up for Miami from the 49-yard line on their own half of the field. Ball on the left hash, and all the receivers, 4 of them in total, tight to the formation for Miami. No one in the backfield with Gabbert. Now Gabbert will bring Kevin Davis back with him and motion Cam Perry from his right side to his left, and Chuck Martin has signaled for a timeout on the Miami sideline. We have seen procedural penalties be an issue for Miami before, and that's probably the 2nd time that we've seen some of that window dressing and pre-snap motion kind of confuse the RedHawk offense themselves more than the Ohio defense. First time they got it sorted out, were able to snap the football. This time, Chuck Martin not taking chances before this big 3rd down. He calls his first timeout of the first half with 11:52 to go in the second quarter. It's Miami 3 and Ohio 0. And again, RedHawks facing a 3rd down and 3 from their own side of the field at the 49-yard line, and in truth, the nose of the football merely a couple inches short of midfield. Both teams are 0 for 4 on third down today, and of the 8 previous tries for each squad, just one of them has been from further than 4 yards. It was from Miami, and it was when they punted at around midfield early on in the game. We have also seen the RedHawks on third and short take a shot, and that might be something that Chuck Martin is considering doing here, especially with the way, like you mentioned, that this Ohio defense is stacking up in these short yardage situations. Miami loaded the box, but Ohio did too. Prior to that timeout, we'll see if the look shifts for the RedHawks, who are looking to convert the first third down for either team with 11:52 to go in the second quarter. Again, the 9th third down faced. Both teams are 0 for 4 thus far. RedHawks need 3 yards from their own 49-yard line. They lead it 3-0 in the game. Chuck Martin taking the timeout to talk things over. Miami offense is back out on the field, and it looks like a different formation for the RedHawks as they've got receivers spread out as opposed to what we saw before when they were tighter to the formation, and Gabbard will work out of the shotgun for the RedHawks. Bobcats showing all kinds of pressure up front. The back is Dylan Downing.
This could be 4-down territory. We'll see if Martin is operating with that line in this play call. About midfield, a very short yardage situation, barring a large loss of yards.
Bobcats rush 7, handoff up the middle to Downing. He got very close leaning forward, and they'll give him the Bobcat 48. Pickup of 3 and a first down for the Miami bowling ball back, Dylan Downing. Can the RedHawks take advantage? Ball is on the M down the middle of the field at the Bobcat 49-yard line. 1st and 10 for the RedHawks, and a handoff down the left seam, and shedding a tackle up the middle. Downing will accelerate down to the 41-yard line of the Bobcats. Big pickup there for Dylan Downing, who again back from injury after missing the last couple of weeks, and Chuck Martin is not easing him back into the game. A 7-yard gain sets up a 2nd and 3 for the RedHawks from the left hash. Second down and 3, ball in the left hash of the Bobcat 41, and a flag flies on the far side of the field. Another coming in down the middle, and Miami will probably be backed up. Here's our ref, Matt Bukowski. False start on Colby Borders of the RedHawks, the right guard. And that will back the RedHawks up, and as Addison said, 2nd and 3 becomes 2nd and 8. Miami back to the Bobcat 46, ball still in the left hash. 2 receivers, both sides for Gabbard. Working out of the shotgun, claps his hands 3 times, fakes the run to Downing, throws a high ball near side, complete to Cam Perry, beating the zone coverage, bracketed by 2 Bobcats. He's run out of bounds at the 28-yard line of Miami. Adonis Williams Jr. was back there in coverage along with Tank Pearson for Ohio. And a beautiful touch throw from Brett Gabbert, putting air under it, and it falls right between him to Perry for a Miami first down and a pickup of 18.
Perfectly lifted that one right over Addison Jr. Not a beat on it, but it just floated right over his outstretched arms into the hands of Cam Perry. That's a tough throw to make from the opposite side of the field for Brett Gabbert, but an experienced one. Another procedural penalty, it looks like, for Miami on offense.
It's another false start on Borders. Same guy who got dinged for the first. Chuck Martin is furious on the near sideline. And giving an earful to the official. The side judge on the near side of the field. But another one that just pushes Miami back. They are in field goal range here as the first and 15 sets the RedHawks up from the 33-yard line. I should say on really the edge of field goal range. We've seen Dom Jobin attempt from 50 once this season. Clock moving once again, 9:18 to go, second quarter. Miami trying to add to a 3-0 lead. Gabbert's got two receivers to the left and one to the right. Cole Weaver motions left side of the line. Handoff goes to Mosey. Bashing forward, Mosey churns the legs inside the 30, and the pile falls on him at the 29-yard line of Ohio. On first and 15, a gain of 4 for Miami's feature back last week, Keon Mosey. He now has more carries than any other RedHawk after that gain. Second down and 11 coming up for Keon, or for the RedHawks after the Keon Mosey 4-yard rush. Ball in between the two hashes. Miami working from left to right into a driving headwind on a warm fall day here from Oxford. Two receivers on both sides. Gabbert out of the shotgun. His heels are on the 35-yard line of Ohio. It's a play action, and he'll try for the end zone, looking for Virgil in one-on-one. Virgil brought it in, but was he inbounds? He was not. Incomplete. Pretty good coverage there by Parody, working to the boundary. There are two flags in the offensive backfield. It's a roughing the passer call on the Bobcats. As we can see on replay, Gabbert got hit a little bit as he threw. And that's going to move Miami 15 yards closer and give them a free first down after they would have faced a 3rd and 11. Again, good coverage by Parody. Kind of forced Virgil to work in small real estate there. But Miami, the beneficiaries of an undisciplined Bobcat penalty to the offensive backfield. And with 8:22 to go, RedHawks threatening into the red zone down to the Bobcat 15. Twin stack tight to the line left, one spread further out wide on the left side, and now Reggie Virgil motion from left to right. Bobcats will bring a corner on him. Again, that is Parody. Taking the snap, throw to the near side. Virgil makes the catch, reaching for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Miami. 15-yard hookup from Brett Gabbert to Reggie Virgil. That's 3 touchdowns for number 0 in red over the last 2 weeks. And Miami's into the end zone for the first time in the game with 8:18 to go. In quarter number 2, it's RedHawks 9 and Bobcats nothing. Dom Jobin flicks the PAT through, and it's 10-0 RedHawks with 8:18 to go in our second quarter from Oxford. Again, yeah, like you said, Addison, Miami had the pre-snap motion. They brought Virgil over. Parody, who we've seen be the matchup for what has turned into Miami's top receiver in MAC play, move over on him, but then came right in on a cornerback blitz. Adonis Williams was the free safety over the top. He was a little slow, crashing down on Virgil. That allowed Miami to get the ball out to their playmaker in space. Virgil could catch, turn his body towards the goal line, and from there it was just a one-on-one fight to the goal line, and Virgil won it for the 15-yard touchdown. We'll take a break here from Oxford. Miami into the end zone. They've got a 2-score lead with 8:18 to go in the second. It's RedHawks 10 and Bobcats nothing. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. We'll return to Yager Stadium after this. Second quarter, 8:18 to go in it from Yager Stadium in the Battle for the Bricks, edition number 100. It's Miami 10 and Ohio 0. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Luquez Poley with you. And Barner, good offensive drive for Miami to get into the end zone, aided by the roughing the passer penalty that kept them away from needing to convert a 3rd and long. Now the question on the Ohio side is, can the Bobcats throw the ball? Miami has shown that they are willing to really just sell out for this Bobcats rushing attack that averages over 200 yards a game and is second best in the MAC. And the RedHawks have limited Ohio to just 5 rushing yards so far. The other side of that, though, is the Bobcats have not really shown an ability to throw it, and Miami has not given them respect in the passing game, and they haven't commanded it yet. Run down the right side. It is a quick trip up for the Miami coverage team off a speedy return from the Bobcats' Eamon Dennis. Not the normal return man, but ripped that all the way to the 25-yard line, and had it not been for a shoestring tackle by the RedHawks and what might have been Rayon Schrader. Nope, it was Eli Coppice for the RedHawks that made the special team stop. That could have been an electric play for the Bobcats to shift some momentum. Instead, they start on their own 25-yard line, working it right to left, ball on the right hash, and Navarro is in the pistol formation with Tyus behind him. 8:12 to go, second quarter. It's Miami 10 and Ohio 0. One lone man on the island left and 2 to the right. Navarro takes the snap, running it out left, and now will find the seam and work down the middle of the line, up ahead to the 31, 32-yard line. He dives forward for a pickup of 7 on the QB keep on first down. Looked like option there, and Navarro kept. Out of the gun on 2nd and 3, looking right, throwing right. It is caught. Swung down at the 42-yard line. Chase Hendricks, who had a 56-yard catch last week, calls that in for a pickup of 13. And the Bobcats, rather, pickup of 11. Bobcats will move the chains, 1st and 10, up to the right hash now on their own 43-yard line. Clock rolling, 7:13 and counting to go, second quarter. And the Bobcats are in the pistol. Ty is still the back, couple yards behind his quarterback, Parker Navarro. Claps his hands, gets the snap, fumbles with it a little bit, and hands it off down the right side. I beg your pardon, that's Ricky Hunt, the number 2 back for the Bobcats, that pushes behind his line up to the 48-yard line of OU. It is a 5-yard gain for the Bobbies on first down. And 2nd and 5 coming up for the Bobcats as Ricky Hunt, who played just 3 games last season. He tied the NCAA bowl record for touchdowns against Georgia Southern, had just 14 yards last week, and we haven't seen much of him. That's his first carry. 2nd down and 5, still in the game. He gets the call again and will go up the middle, but gets upended by Matt Salopek after a short pickup, about 2 or 3 yards. He'll get right to midfield. Ball will be placed on the right hash for the Bobcats, who will look to convert their first 3rd down. They're 0 for 4. It is 3rd down and 3 for Ohio from midfield. Bobcats will look to throw. Navarro in trouble, spins to the near side. Now he's got room. Navarro tucking and running across midfield. Gets down to the 45. He's dragged down by his shoulders from there by the RedHawks' Eli Blakey, who led the team in tackles last week. But Navarro finally showing that escapability for the Bobcats. The quarterback's legs move for a 5-yard gain, and finally it's a 3rd down conversion with 5.5 to play in the second quarter for Ohio. 1st and 10 from the Miami 45.
Miami does everything right there on that play, and Adam Trick had a clear shot to bring down Navarro. And Navarro
Navarro drops back. Now will tuck and run straight down the center of the pocket that folded in half. He slides at the 41-yard line after a gain of 4. We'll turn under 5 minutes to play in the first half, and Ohio does get the ball out of halftime after deferring their option to the second half. Bobcats down 2 scores, but that could be a non-issue if they continue to move the ball here. Out of the pistol formation on 2nd down and 6. They'll call it a 4-yard gain to the 41 for the Bobcats. Navarro takes the snap, hands it off left. Nope, he threw it over the middle on the play fake. It was almost intercepted and instead, I believe, caught by the Bobcats. Oh, Navarro had me fooled. It was a play fake. He pulled it away from Hunt, zipped it to the near side. It was completely gathered in the arms of Matt Salopek, but he couldn't come down with the interception. That would have been 2 straight weeks for the Miami linebacker with an interception. And instead, I believe it fell into the hands of an offensive lineman for the Bobcats, who caught that for a 3-yard gain. So now it's 3rd and 2. And from the 37-yard line, the snap taken by Navarro, running right, throwing right. It's complete. First down to his tight end. That is Caleb Gossett for the Bobcats, who gets down to the 34-yard line. Pickup of about 4 yards on 3rd and short, and the Bobcats move the chains again with 3:42 and rolling to go in our opening half. Bobcats will hand it off, and Hunt goes straight ahead, maybe angling a step or 2 right, stacked up at the 32-yard line after a pickup of 2 yards. So interesting, after we saw pretty much all Anthony Tyus early on this drive, it's been mostly Ricky Hunt, and although it hasn't been all him, he has been a part of the most successful drive offensively for Ohio in this game. Approaching 3 minutes to go first half. Bobcats still with all 3 timeouts. Miami with 2. It's 10-0 RedHawks. Bobcats have it from the right hash at the Miami 32-yard line. Navarro out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, looking right to throw. Pressure coming up the middle. Bryan going after the quarterback and on the run. It's thrown over the middle and intercepted. Rayon Strader cutting it back over the near side of the field. He gets outside the numbers to the 50. Strader tiptoeing down the sideline. He steps out of bounds at the Bobcat 43. Rayon Strader, the freshman All-American, with a huge pick for the RedHawks and a back-breaking interception for Ohio, who was finally on the move offensively. Miami had probably 2 chances to come away with a turnover prior to that pick on that drive. And who else but Miami's top corner, Rayon Strader, doing what he does best, a ball hawk interception. And all the way back across the field, a good return on the tail end down to the Bobcat 37-yard line is what they're marking on the scoreboard. Actually, it'll be backed up to the 43, but nonetheless, Miami now threatening to potentially score some points here before halftime.
Strader's been so disruptive in that Miami secondary all season long, and it was really Bryan getting into the face of Parker Navarro on that play. Thought that they might have missed a hole. Turns out to not matter for the RedHawks defense. A huge play from Rayon Strader.
Swing out wide on first down, and Caden McDonald walks the tightrope. We'll see where he stepped out of bounds. It's a very good gain for McDonald on first down. It is a pickup of 8 down to the 35-yard line of Ohio. 2nd and 2 coming up for Miami. Clock is moving, 2:25 and counting to go. Opening half, Miami, it does not appear, has to snap the ball before the 2-minute timeout. I mean, the game clock and the play clock are pretty much identical. And it looks like the RedHawks will run this down to the 2-minute timeout. Chuck Martin is kind of speaking with the official. 3 seconds, 2 and 1, and they will say the 2-minute timeout happens before the delay of game. So splitting hairs there with the seconds, but Miami did have enough time on the play clock to run it down. And with 2 minutes left to play in the first half, the RedHawks driving again. 2nd down and 2 coming up for Miami from the Bobcat 35. What a huge interception for Rayon Strader of the RedHawks as he returned it all the way down to the Bobcat 43-yard line. It was a return of 34 yards for Miami's top corner, and the RedHawks are set up to maybe score again here before halftime, and perhaps most importantly, they thwart Ohio's best chance to score of the game. We'll take a quick break here from Oxford at the 2-minute timeout in our opening half of play. It's Miami 10 and Ohio nothing. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Two-minute timeout here from Oxford. RedHawks just came up with a huge pick. Rayon Strader intercepted it at the Miami 23, returned it to the Bobcat 43 after Ohio's most promising drive. Bobcats were working tempo, looking to get on the board for the first time, but it remains Miami 10 and Ohio nothing. And with the field position, RedHawks are set up to potentially score one more time before half. Bobcats will get the ball out of halftime, but RedHawks have it 2nd and 10 on the OU 35. Just a reminder, coming up at halftime, Sean Wiesemann, Bryan Miller have your Red Hawk Radio halftime report. Stats and analysis from the first half, look around college football, and a preview of half number 2 here at the half. 2 minutes to play. Gabbard out of the shotgun. He's got one receiver out left and two to the right. Jack Coldiron in the tight end set on the right side of the line. Gabbard gets the snap, fakes the run, pressure off the edge. Gabbard steps up and zips it to the far side, incomplete. It lands on the white chalk on the sideline, and Gabbard a little shaken up, but does get help to his feet after he got clocked. Untouched pressure off the edge. And
He had absolutely no time to throw there. Just kind of had to get rid of it in order to avoid the sack there. Kind of lucky that he didn't get intentional grounding with Kevin Davis going down the sideline there on the left side. They're going to say that he was in the area, luckily for Miami.
all right, so it's 3rd down and 2 for the RedHawks from the Bobcat 35. Gabbard takes the snap, handoff left. Keon Mosey breaks through the line, has a first down and more, racing inside the 25-yard line. He is shoestrung down at the 24, and Keon Mosey with a huge run, gaining 11 on 3rd and 2, breaking through that hole down the left side of the line. Miami moves the chains and now well into field goal range. The RedHawks can take their time a little bit, getting subs on with under a minute 40 to go in this opening half, leading 10-0.
We talk about the inconsistency of this backfield. Keon Mosey's probably been the brightest spot so far this season, and you can tell he's just a very twitchy athlete. He's got big playability. Just hasn't been able to find that consistency so far in this season. These last couple weeks, he's really started to string together some nice runs.
Gabbard flinging near side, pass complete to Javon Tracy, had to sprawl after it, so he caught it against the ground at the 17-yard line. Gain of 7 to Tracy, but he just kind of slipped as he caught that. He had plenty of space to maybe get some yards after catch. Instead, Miami will settle for the 7-yard pickup. RedHawks down to the Bobcats 17, under a minute to play, and now Miami might have to start hurrying this up a little bit. 53 seconds and rolling to go. First half, RedHawks lead it by 10. 2nd down and 3 from the Bobcats 17-yard line. Ball on the right hash as Miami works it left to right. And watch out, Reggie Virgil, motion from left to right, already scored a touchdown with this look earlier in the game. Gabbert this time looking left, throwing left. It is complete. Bobbled and caught by Tracy. Swinging around inside the 10. Flag away from the ball in the secondary. Tracy brought down at the 8-yard line. Looked like he initially caught it, and then the coverage arrived for the Bobcats. At that point, Tracy had to get his feet going. Kind of lost control of the football, juggled it for a second, but then grabbed it out of the air and added on about 4 more yards after the catch. It's a first down for Miami if it stands, but we will check on the flag. Again, it's in the secondary for Ohio, and both teams are pointing at each other right now. 32 seconds remain on the clock. Miami's got 2 timeouts left, and we'll get our call from referee Matt Pekowski. It is holding on Shea Taylor, the Mike linebacker for Ohio. Penalty is declined by Miami, and that will bring up a 1st and goal from the 8-yard line of the Bobcats. And now the RedHawks have 6 on their minds here. Clock going to run once again. See if Chuck Martin maybe thinks about taking a timeout. He does not. Clock is still spinning, and now he's going to take it. As this will likely be reset. Clock is still running. It's down to 20 seconds, but there has been all sorts of controversy in college football around the way the clock runs after penalties over the last few weeks, and it's felt like there's been a lot of confusion, and Miami maybe not quite on the same page that time. RedHawks lost about 15 seconds. Not a huge deal because you're in a goal-to-go situation, but with 20 seconds left, officials are conversing and believe we're going to get a game clock reset here. Miami's probably going to get about 24, 25 seconds on the clock if I had to guess when they called their second timeout of the half. So 1st and goal for the RedHawks from the 8-yard line. Ball's on the left hash. They'll reset it to 23 seconds. And that's enough time likely for 3 shots at the end zone. So Miami will try to work this in for 6 and potentially take a 3-score lead to the locker room here. And Addison, as much as people were probably down on this team given the start they had opening the year 1-4, one thing they did last week we talked about, the defense caused some chaos. They got sacks. They forced 2 turnovers, which was what we were used to seeing in the MAC championship magical year last year. And it seems like now moving into today, Miami's got to the backfield with their pass rush. They now came up with a clutch interception here late in the first half. And again, that chaotic ability of the Miami defense has returned, and in due time for the RedHawks, they've certainly needed it. Miami comes out of the timeout in a shotgun set. 2 receivers on the right and 2 on the left for Gabbert. 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. 23 seconds to go first half. Miami leads it 10-0. Gabbert looking to throw on first down to the corner of the end zone. Brought in by Tracy. Tight window throw. Touchdown RedHawks. That was a bullet into a keyhole by Brett Gabbert. And the 8-yard catch by Javon Tracy gives Miami more padding on this lead. They're a PAT away from being up 3 scores. It's 16-0 RedHawks with 19 seconds to go in the first half. Tracy just finding the open space in that back corner of the end zone, and Gabbert PAT is missed. It's yanked left by Dom Jobin. But regardless, touchdown still stands, and it'll be 16-0 RedHawks with 19 seconds to go in the half. So Kellen McLaughlin's got the ball on the tee, and he sends it high into the sky from left to right. It will land at the 2-yard line and ricochet into the end zone where it is knelt. And the Bobcats will have it 1st and 10 with 19 seconds to go. They do have 3 timeouts, and you know, you'd maybe think with a little more time on the clock you could attack field goal range, but again, the complete inability by the Bobcats to throw the ball in the first half when Miami was essentially saying, come and take it, and selling out to the run. You'd probably think a pretty conservative call here from Tim Albin and crew. Should be noted also, new full-time OC for the Bobcats this year. It's no longer Spence Nowinski, who's the former RedHawk OC who left a few years ago for the same position at Ohio. Bryan Smith, the assistant head coach, calls plays for the Bobcats, and they'll run it up the gut on 1st down. Hunt Jr. straight down the middle. He picks up about 2 yards, and does not look like the Bobcats will run another play. So both teams will head to the locker rooms, and a successful first 30 minutes for Miami as the RedHawks get a clutch defensive play and really gutted through what was a field position type of first half and moved the ball when they needed to take almost a 3-possession lead, a PAT short of it, but still have to be thrilled, I think, if you're Miami, coming off the big win last week against Eastern Michigan, now back at home against an Ohio team that is red hot and has really flown under the radar, I think, Addison, for a lot of different people that cover MAC football. Toledo looks like the clear favorite now after what they did to the RedHawks in the opening weekend of MAC play. Eastern Michigan had looked good until they got thumped by Miami last week. And of course, Northern Illinois drew headlines with the Notre Dame win, but this is a good Ohio team, and Miami looked very, very dominant here at home, much more like what we thought we'd see out of this team preseason in that first half. Brett Gabbert in the first half, 12 for 19, 140 yards and 2 touchdowns. This is vintage the last couple weeks from the Miami 6th year. Keon Mosey leads the rushing attack for the RedHawks, 6 attempts for 39 yards for Keon in half number 1. We'll take a break here on Red Hawk Radio. When we come back, Sean Wiesemann, Bryan Miller have your Red Hawk Radio halftime report. Stats and analysis from the first half. Look at the college football scoreboard around the country and around the Mid-American Conference. And they'll preview our second half between Miami and Ohio. 100 meetings now between the RedHawks and the Bobcats, and in the battle for the bricks in 2024, after 30 minutes, it's Miami 16 and Ohio nothing. We'll toss it off to halftime. Addison and I back for the second half. After the break, you're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
$16-0 in favor of Miami in the 100th edition of the Battle for the Bricks. A game that Miami, I would say, has really dominated so far. It's the halftime report. Brian Miller joined by Sean Wiesemann. And Sean, I mentioned it earlier, but it seems like that was a dominating half for the RedHawks. 203 yards for Miami compared to 74 for OU. OU one turnover. Miami has not turned the ball over yet. 11 first downs for Miami, only 3 for the Bobcats. Seems to be a really good effort again for Miami.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been really impressed with here is their ability to contain Parker Navarro, the quarterback for Ohio, who we mentioned at the beginning of the show, pregame show, how he's rushed for almost 300 yards in the last 2 games. He is an absolute weapon with his feet, and yet the RedHawks, a team that has historically struggled with running quarterbacks, with Mike Wright scoring a touchdown against them, Cole Schneider, Riley Leonard, all rushing quarterbacks who scored touchdowns and had big games against the RedHawks. Not the case today. Parker Navarro, 5 carries, 17 yards, and in fact didn't even have a carry until the 8.5-minute mark in the second quarter. I'm impressed and thrilled that the game plan that the RedHawks have been able to execute, and I hope that they can continue it in the second half.
Yeah, you mentioned those rushing stats for Navarro, Sean. His lowest so far this season. He only had 2 carries for 5 yards against Morgan State.
Yeah.
But that's the type of game against an FCS opponent. You probably wouldn't expect a ton of rushes from your quarterback.
Usually you want to protect a guy in that kind of game.
Usually not. So I would say that this has been an incredible defensive effort for Miami. Also, making Navarro throw the ball and getting interceptions. We saw a few tipped passes from the Miami defense, but they haven't quite been able to get one until later in the second quarter. 2:52 left, the interception by Rayon Strader. That was Navarro's first interception since that Morgan State game on September 14th, where he threw 3 of them. So, quite the defensive performance for Miami.
I don't know about you, Brian, but this is about as good of a half of football as I've seen Miami play, short of the Eastern Michigan game. I mean, even then, though, this is a much better opponent that they're playing, a team that's probably one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the MAC, and they're beating the snot out of them right now.
Yeah, sure looks like it. I mean, you could definitely see a difference between the first few weeks of the season, the beginning of conference play against Toledo, and then the performance last week at Eastern Michigan, and their performance so far against the Bobcats.
Yes.
First, a recap of how we got here. First scoring got going 6:42 in the first with a 28-yard field goal from Dom Jobin that made it 3-0 Miami. And then Miami added their first touchdown of the day, 8:18 left in the second, with a 14-yard pass from Brett Gabbert to Reggie Virgil. And then 23 seconds left, right before halftime, Gabbert with a 8-yard pass to Javon Tracy. Jobin missed the extra point, though, so we are currently at 16-0. I would say on the offensive end, Sean, one of the things that's really impressed me is the red zone efficiency
Yes.
for Miami. That's something that has really struggled the RedHawks the first few weeks of the season. And I would say you could definitely see a difference last week. Like that end of the half sequence there, that's a situation where we've seen Brett Gabbert throw an interception or
Multiple
Miami has-
times,
Yeah,
yes.
or
Yeah,
Miami
yeah,
has to settle for a field goal, something like that. So getting a touchdown there is huge to make it 16-0 rather than 13 or 10-0.
You're absolutely right, and it just changes the feel of this game. You know, I mean, obviously with the missed extra point, it's still technically a 2-score game. However, going into the half up 13-0 and going up to in the half 16-0, completely different vibes, I would say. And as a result, you got to have a lot of confidence if you're the RedHawks coming out so strongly against a team you were only projected to win by about 3.5 according to the friends in Vegas, and you know, coming out here and going and blowing the game open, especially with that late drive at the end there to really bust it open. You got to feel really good if you're Coach Chuck Barton and the offensive and especially the defensive staff as well with their performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. And also on the offensive end for Miami is the resurgence of Cade McDonald. Last week, only 1 reception, no yards in the win at Eastern Michigan. Maybe the one, maybe weakness. Maybe weakness isn't the right word to use, but one noticeable thing that you saw from Miami last week. Today, though, 4 receptions for 56 yards, the 32-yard completion, his longest of the day. I would say getting McDonald involved has definitely been a big plus for this RedHawk offense.
No, you're absolutely right. It was great to see a different wide receiver other than Cade McDonald get involved last week with Reggie Virgil getting a couple touchdown catches. However, this is a guy who opened his first 2 games with 105 yards against Northwestern and 135 yards each on 8 catches apiece. That was against Cincinnati, the second game. So this is a guy who clearly, against power conference competition, clearly can show he's more than capable. So it's good to see that he's once again showing how capable of a wide receiver he is for the RedHawks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that just highlights the complete effort that we've seen from this RedHawks.
You're right,
offense
absolutely.
Today. 16-0 Miami over the Bobcats in the 100th edition of the Battle for the Bricks. Up next, after a short break, we'll break down scores from the Mid-American Conference as well as the top 25. And shortly after that, second half kickoff here on RedHawk Radio. Stay with us.
Welcome back to RedHawk Radio here at Yager Stadium. Score being 16-0 RedHawks against the Ohio Bobcats in the 100th edition of the Battle of the Bricks. I'm Sean Wiesemann here with Bryan Miller, and we're going to give you some scores and updates. First, top 25, Alabama in a slugfest. Number 7th ranked Alabama 7-0 against 11th ranked Tennessee, with Alabama neither team really being able to move the ball. Notre Dame up 14-7 on a feisty Georgia Tech team, and looking very sharp as well is Illinois. The 22nd ranked Illini are up 13-0 against 24th-ranked Michigan. Michigan, although Michigan is driving 3rd and goal at Illinois' 1-yard line. 25th-ranked Navy beating the Charlotte 49ers 38-10 with just under 2 minutes left, and Navy absolutely incredible story with having struggled the last few seasons, now potentially looking to be 6-0. And Texas A&M struggling with a very feisty Mississippi State team, tied 7-7. The 14th-ranked Aggies coming off of a beautiful victory against Missouri the week prior, 41-10 victory in that game, but now only 7-7 against Mississippi State. Earlier today, we had 6th-ranked Miami, Florida beat Louisville 52-45. 10th-ranked Clemson beat Virginia 48-31. 16th-ranked Indiana with a thrashing of Nebraska 56-7. Missouri squeaking by very shaky Auburn team 21-17. And Army, 23rd-ranked Golden Knights beat East Carolina 45-28. And now for some max scores with Bryan.
Yeah, Army's just keep on rolling.
Yes, they are.
Haven't trailed yet this season, nor is Indiana. Very dominant performance from those two squads. First up in the battle for the Michigan MAC Trophy, the first this season, I believe, between Central, Eastern, Western. Central Michigan up 34-24 over the Eastern Michigan Eagles, 10:40 left in that one. And then halftime in 3 other MAC games this afternoon. Bowling Green up 20-6 on Kent State. Connor Bazelak 14 for 18, 218 yards and a touchdown for the Falcons. Western Michigan up 28-17 at Buffalo in a battle between undefeated MAC squads. Hayden Wolf 14 for 19, 202 yards and 3 touchdowns for the Broncos. And at Northern Illinois, the Toledo Rockets up 7-6 on the Huskies in a battle between 2 backup quarterbacks. Rockets leading that defensive slugfest. Still to come in the MAC, 7 o'clock on ESPN+. Ball State at Vanderbilt. 2-4 Cardinals taking on the 4-2 Commodores. About 6 minutes left here until halftime. Take a short break, and then after that, bring you to keys to the rest of the game, what we're looking out for in the second half between the Bobcats and the RedHawks. Miami up 16-0 here on Red Hawk Radio. $16-0 RedHawks over the Bobcats in the battle for the bricks. About 4.5 minutes until the second half begins. Sean, what are some keys that you're looking for Ohio? What do they need to do better to get back into this game?
Well, for starters, 3 first downs for the Bobcats is obviously not going to cut it offensively, and that's how you end up with the big fat goose egg up on the scoreboard there. But it starts with the run, and both on defense and on offense. On defense, they've really struggled to contain the run. 13 carries for 63 yards for the RedHawks, and averaging just under 5 yards a pop is something certainly you do not want for a very stout run defense for the Bobcats. And then on the other side of things, Parker Navarro, obviously a real threat with his legs, but being held in check, along with the run game as a whole. Only 12 carries for 32 yards and 2.7 yards per carry is dreadful stuff, and certainly not something you were hoping for if you're the Bobcats. And I also take a look at the fact that because of that, it's made Parker Navarro very one-dimensional, and it's helped to keep the RedHawks keep the RedHawks defense in very predictable situations and put Parker Navarro in a bind.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say for the Miami side, Sean, I think it's kind of hard to poke holes in the RedHawks' performance so far. I would say only 1 sack on the day for Miami. They've had a little bit of trouble bringing down Navarro, even though he doesn't have a ton of rushing yards. He's still been able to move around the pocket a little bit, scramble, get a couple yards when he needs to. I would say that, and just being able to get the tough yards when we're in like a 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 type of situation. We haven't seen Miami have a great ability to run the ball and get that extra yard when they need to so far. Anything else stick out to you, Sean, about this game?
One other thing that sticked out to me, too, is the poise in which Gabbert has played with today. The Brett Gabbert we saw in September is not the Brett Gabbert we're getting in October. October, Brett Gabbert has been a completely different player, as we've seen the last now 3 halves of football. He has been outstanding, and it's led to a real resurgence offensively for the RedHawks. And I hope to see him continue that as a guy who really has to carry a lot of the offense on his back because of their reliance on the pass. He's done a great job of it, and really done a good job pushing the ball down the field and creating explosive plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe call it Brett-tober or something
I like that.
It's a lot better. I think naturally coming back from the injury that he suffered last year kind of takes a little bit of time to feel fully comfortable after taking a few hard hits and whatnot. About 2 minutes left before the start of the second half, where Miami remains up on the arch-rival Bobcats, 16-0. We'll take a quick break, and then after the break, Poley and Addison Lenhart will kick off the second half. Stay tuned on Red Hawk Radio.
Second half on the way here in the Battle of the Bricks from Oxford. Poley and Addison Lenhart with you as Miami leads 16-0 over the Bobcats, who are set to receive the second half kickoff. Miami pretty much outplayed the Bobcats in every facet in that opening half, Addison, and probably have to look back maybe to the Buffalo game last year, regular season finale for the RedHawks, to find a half of football that was as dominant as what we just saw. It was very refreshing if you were a RedHawk fan. Now with the wind at his back, Kellen McLaughlin drives it into the end zone, and it is a touchback for the Bobcats to begin this second half of play. Ohio will start from the 25-yard line. Again, alongside Addison Lenhart, Poley with you. Glad you could join us for the 100th battle for the victory, battle for the bricks, I should say, as Miami takes on Ohio. We've hit the century mark in the matchups. Miami holds a hefty advantage in the all-time series. Ohio's offense out, trailing 16-0. 1st and 10 from their own 25. Parker Navarro operating out of the shotgun. He's got one receiver to the left and two to the right. The back is Tyus, and he takes the snap, looking over the middle, and the pass is caught just beyond the sticks by Harris, down the left seam. He leans forward to the 39-yard line of Ohio. And Addison, I understand Navarro threw the interception on that final Ohio drive where they were really moving the football of that first half, but you take away that one play, and really the last couple series, it has looked like a much different Ohio offense. Quick first down throw and catch to Mason Williams on the exterior. The tight end picked up 3 yards. Now 2nd and 7 as we cross a minute into the second half for the Bobcats from their own 42. Handoff down the right side, maybe a little bit of room. Getting a yard or two is Tyus. Interesting that Tyus saw the bulk of the carries early on, but then we saw the Bobcats flip to their number 2 back, Ricky Hunt Jr., and that was when more of the production started to come. And again, it wasn't just from Hunt specifically, but when he was in the game, the Bobcats are having more success. They're back to Tyus, and after the 2-yard gain, it's 3rd down and 5. Bobcats in the first half were 2 for 6 on 3rd down. They've got 2 receivers right, 1 left. Single tight end set right side of the line. Navarro takes the snap. There was movement up front. He's going to throw it deep down the near side of the field off the fingertips of Hendricks, incomplete at the RedHawk 30-yard line. But Miami might have jumped here. That was kind of an odd-looking play. Really, no one on the Ohio side moved outside of the center, Parker Titsworth, and Parker Navarro, the quarterback. And it's an offside on Miami. And that results in a first down. So a tough penalty for Miami to take early on. Defense could have gone off the field, but instead the Bobcats get a free first down on 3rd and 5, and that will move them up to the 49-yard line. On the minus side of the field, but just by a yard, and 1st and 10 for the Bobcats. Minute 42 into this second half, trailing 16-0. Navarro from the pistol, play action on 1st down, sets his feet, firing deep down the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. He was looking for Hendricks, maybe at a half step in double coverage. Silas Walters and Michael Yarborough were back there, but about 2 yards too far in front of Chase Hendricks on that post route. It falls incomplete, but now this is not a good sign for the RedHawks. Michael Yarborough came up really gimpy and went back down to the turf, holding on to what looks like his right leg. And there's also a RedHawk way back in the offensive backfield that's injured as well. He's putting a little bit of weight on it, but is being helped off the field on each shoulder as he's brought off. And man, Michael Yarborough was a guy that for the first part of the year, the opening 4 games or so, he was on the depth chart, but really not a guy that was super visible on the field. Never really called his name a ton. He just kind of made his way through each of those first few games. But man, he has really turned a corner since MAC play has begun. He was coming off 2 of his best games of the year and already 2 pass deflections here today. He has been so good in coverage over these last 3 games for the RedHawks. And he's been a nice 1-2 punch with Rayon Strader as a Miami defensive back. He'll head into the medical tent. Meanwhile, Bryan Agu now helped to his feet. And he looks like he is holding that left arm as the training staff will also walk him off the near sideline. And so after that incompletion, it will be 2nd and 10 for the Bobcats with 13:10 to go in the 3rd quarter, trailing at 16-0. Parker Navarro in the game, 9 for 14 through the air for 59 yards. No touchdowns and an interception. He's been sacked 1 time. On the ground, he had nearly 200 yards last week and has 18 today, which is, relatively speaking, normally kind of an average mark for a quarterback, but given Navarro's mobility, that's probably a win for Miami that he's only got that many yards. And especially, Addison, when you think back, Northwestern and Mike Wright, the RedHawks had trouble. Notre Dame, the RedHawks had trouble. The UMass game, Miami had all sorts of trouble dealing with quarterbacks that could really use their legs. RedHawks had it cost them pretty much the game in the Northwestern game as Mike Wright scored a touchdown on the ground and also came through with the first down that allowed Northwestern to kneel. In the Notre Dame game, Riley Leonard just kind of ran all over Miami in what was a relatively lopsided win. And then Tyson Pumakan of UMass almost beat the RedHawks, and we know what happened there with an unreal comeback in the final minute by Miami to force overtime. But it looked like Pumakan was going to run the RedHawks into the ground, and pretty impressive effort in containing probably, as we talked about, the best running quarterback Miami's faced all season, despite that being a big struggling point to this point in the year. On the quarterback draw, he runs it for 11 yards all the way down the right side seam to the Miami 40-yard line, a first down for the Bobcats. Navarro started his career at UCF. He was the backup last season for the Bobcats. Curtis Rourke transferred to Indiana. He's now top 5 in Heisman odds, believe it or not. Another dominant win for the Hoosiers today. Navarro, though, has looked very good. He has potentially been, stats-wise, the best quarterback in the MAC to this point in his first year as a starter. Taking the snap on first down. Again, he'll tuck and run. He's got room down the middle. Now he spins, but Hondrew's right on his right leg, and he cannot spring free. Short pickup to the 38 of 2 yards on the QB keep. Second straight play for Navarro. Corbin Hondrew makes the stop for Miami. Wouldn't let go of that ankle of the quarterback. 2nd and 8 coming up for the Bobcats as ball flips just inside the left hash. Ohio taking it from left to right. Navarro adjusts at the hip. He's got 2 receivers either side, working out of the shotgun. Softly claps his hands together. Now he'll do so and get the snap. Dropping back, pressure coming, hit as he throws to the near side. It is almost intercepted. It falls incomplete. Oh, he overshot Coleman Owen, and for the RedHawks, it was in the hands of Ambe Caldwell, but he ran into his teammate there for Miami. And that falls incomplete instead. Third and 8 from the Miami 38. Time to throw to the far side. It is brought in at the sticks by Harris. Gain of 8 when they needed 8 for the former Princeton Viking, an all-state selection here in Ohio. The Cincinnati native moves the chains. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats from the Miami 30-yard line on the left hash. It's a handoff, and Tyus Jr. rams into the pile. Tyus the second, excuse me. Down the left side, he pokes forward for a yard, but not much more available. 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Bobcats after that 1-yard pickup. And man, Miami has done just such a good job. We talked about the quarterback's legs, but also containing a pretty potent Bobcat running back duo. Tyus the second, the Northwestern transfer, bottled up after just 1 yard. Pistol formation here for Navarro on 2nd and 9 for the RedHawks 29-yard line. His team trails 16-0 on the board. RedHawks will rush 4, and a fake trick play as Navarro fakes the pitch back, now facing pressure, gets around the edge, and to the exterior, spins away from Hondrew inside the 20, and gets down to the 18-yard line. Bryan is adamant that he was being held in the backfield and went right up to the referee, Matt Pikowski, to plead his case. And Chuck Martin now also doing so on the sideline, but that run down to the 18-yard line of Miami is a gain of 11 for the Bobcats, and it's 1st and 10 for the right hash as OU moves into the red zone. They trail at 16-0 as we move towards 10 minutes to third quarter. And the play action on first down. Navarro stepping up, and he will dive across the line of scrimmage to the 16-yard line. Downed after a short pickup of 2 yards. 9:53 and counting to go third quarter. And the Bobcats will face a 2nd and 8. Navarro out of the pistol, running it left, elects not to pitch it, will keep and lean ahead down the left hash to the 14-yard line. Another short pickup on the QB keep, 2 yards before Ty Wise made the stop for the RedHawks. Wise has been limited. He's taking less snaps, dealing with an injury, but has still been about as impactful. He had 1.5 sacks last week. This time he brings down the quarterback after a 2-yard gain. And 3rd down and 6 now for Ohio. Down 16-0 in this third quarter. From the Miami 14, ball inside the left hash, 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Tight end motion now out wide to the right, and the snap taken, throw over the middle is complete. It is Hendricks down to the 5-yard line of Miami. He is slammed down by Matt Salopek of the RedHawks, but that is plenty enough for a first down. 9-yard pickup on 3rd and 6 for Chase Hendricks, who is really starting to break out over these last couple weeks for the Bobcats. 1st and goal for the Miami 5. Handoff down the right side. Tyus breaks free of a tackle, spun around, backing down to the 1-yard line. RedHawks met him right at the line of scrimmage and could not bring him down. Tyus spun down the right side to pick up 4. 2nd and goal now from the 1-yard line. Ty Wise was the last line of defense for Miami on the stop. Handoff up the middle, and it is no signal yet to the goal line. Short for Tyus. No, touchdown. Long time to get that signal out for Tyus, and I'd imagine that will be looked at, but Tyus straight up the middle of the field is in for a touchdown, but now the Bobcats have stopped celebrating, and the offense is staying on the field here. They would presumably go for 2 to try and make it a 2-point game, or a 1-possession game rather, but does this touchdown stand? They are going to review it. Yeah. So the officials looking at this call on the field is touchdown. Bobcats on a 1-yard rush from Tyus, and now we'll get a chance to look at this on review, and looks like he got in. He's kind of falling between the left tackle and left guard, and it's tough to see because he just goes straight down the middle of the pile, which kind of envelops him right at the goal line, but it doesn't really look like on review there's really anything there. On the review, you can't see a lot, which probably means inconclusive, but even based off what you can see, if you had to guess one way or the other, it looks like Tyus got in. And so this touchdown will probably stand. We'll get our announcement. Yeah, call stands. Again, couldn't really see much on review. He just kind of went right into the pile. And now, as you said, a crucial 2-point conversion coming up for the Bobcats. 16-6 our score. Miami missed that PAT at the end of the first half, And the Bobcats now, if they could convert, would bring it back to a one-possession game. Should they miss, it would stay a 10-point lead for Miami. 7:25 remains in this third quarter. Bobcats work out of the shotgun. Two receivers on either side, and now a motion man, Hendricks, stacking in. Navarro takes the snap, pressure coming to the near side. It's broken up. Eli Blakey came down underneath that ball intended for Hendricks, the motion man. Blakey got underneath and got the paw to the football. The try is no good on the two-point attempt, and it stays a two-possession game. A crucial stop for a tired Miami defense. They bended, they eventually broke, but they keep it a two-possession game with 7:25 to go in the third quarter. So Ohio does part of their job getting into the end zone, but fails in the two-point try on their opening drive that goes 7 minutes and 35 seconds, and Miami's offense will now get the ball for the first time in this second half when we come back. 7:25 remaining, quarter three from Oxford. RedHawks 16, Bobcats 6 in the battle for the bricks. Number 100 between Miami and Ohio in this historic rivalry. We're back to Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Money, I say that.
.725 to go, quarter number 3 here from Oxford. Bobcats get into the end zone after that drive that lasts 7:35. Coming out of the locker room, Bobcats cash in for 6, but unsuccessful on the two-point try, trying to make it a one-possession game following Miami's PAT miss late in the first half. So the RedHawks with a 10-point lead, set to get the ball back for the first time in this second half. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Poley with you. Kevin Davis is back deep for the RedHawks with the red uniform top on and the white helmet. And the ball is kicked from left to right, a sideways end-over-end kick that Davis finds at the 3-yard line. Running down the middle of the field, Davis gets tripped up but stumbling across the 20 and still working to the far side of the field. He is finally brought to the turf around the 22-yard line of Miami. They'll mark him at the 21. And the Red Hawk offense will come out from there, 1st and 10. So 7:16 remaining, third quarter. And we saw a lengthy drive, Addison, from the Ohio offense. This Miami offense, on the other end, looked very dominant in moving the ball in that first half, and you love to see a long drive here to answer what Ohio did to you. Handoff up the middle to Mosey. He bursts through the line of scrimmage and runs across the 25-yard line, finally scooped down at the 27. The stop made by DJ Walker. 2nd down and 4 coming up after the 6-yard pickup, and just a ton of success the last couple weeks for Keon Mosey, who's now up to 45 yards rushing. Stacked receivers, 2 to the right, 2 spread to the left for Brett Gabbert. Brings his arms out to his sides, and now Jack Coldiron motion tight to the line on the right. Play clock at 5. Ohio showing pressure. Gabbert takes the snap. He's looking to throw. Pressure backing out into coverage. Pass to the far side is caught by Coldiron. He gets met at the shoulders by Parody, but Coldiron signals first down after he got knocked out of bounds at the 37-yard line of Miami. That's a gain of 10, and Miami's tight end's first catch of the afternoon. Delayed handoff up the middle on first down, and Mosey finds a small hole as he rolls the legs out to the 40-yard line before he's brought down. Gain of 3 for Mosey, approaching 50 yards rushing. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Ball down the middle of the field with Miami working right to left in this 3rd quarter of play. RedHawks are using that clock as Ohio did on their first drive of the half. Miami leads it by 10, 16-6 with 5:19 and counting to go, 3rd quarter. From bottom to top, it's Tracy and McDonald on the near side. RedHawks have 2 men out wide to the far side. One of them, Coldiron, now motion tight to the line. The other out wide is Virgil. It's another handoff on 2nd down, and met immediately and brought down. Keon Mosey will go for no gain that time as the Ohio defensive front got up there to make the stop. Number of Bobcats in on the tackle. Bradley Weaver helping to lead that charge for Ohio, and it will bring up a 3rd down and call it 8 after a 1-yard loss credited to Keon Mosey. Play clock at 1, and the RedHawks will hand it off. Downing down the left side, sheds out of a tackle around the waist, but 3 more Bobcats arrive, and he is brought down short of the marker. Downing did his best, but only picked up 5. Stop was made by Marcel Walker-Burgess after the initial tackle was shed by Downing. Punt team out for Miami as they will run the clock down to 3:40. Snap away, and plenty of time to get this punt away for Alec Bevelheimer. Fair catch called for, and backpedaling it is made by Owen at his own 7-yard line. So another solid punt from Miami's Alec Bevelheimer. It's been a little bit of an up and down year for a guy that the RedHawks were expecting big things out of in the punting game, but much like the rest of this RedHawk team, he's really found his footing over these last few weeks in MAC play, and no surprise, it has helped in determining the results of games as Miami is hoping to string together their 2nd straight Mid-American Conference win. We've reached a timeout on the field with 3:35 to go in this 3rd quarter. It's Miami 16 and Ohio 6 from Yager Stadium. And the Bobcats set to get the ball back on their own 7-yard line when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. 3:35 to go, third quarter here from Yager Stadium alongside Addison Lenhart. I'm Luke Poley. Thanks for tuning in. It's Miami 16 and Ohio 6, and the RedHawks spinning the Bobcat offense inside their own 10-yard line. Parker Navarro, fresh off the touchdown drive, will get his second crack at it in this second half, and they'll start from their own 7. You mentioned it, Addison's so huge that Miami gets that stop on the 2-point conversion, but a defense that looked fatigued a little bit had a chance to get off the field early on third down on that last drive, failed to do so, and really got beaten back all the way to their own goal line, needing to get the ball back in their offense's hands here at the very least to kill some time. On first down, Navarro throwing out to the far side. It is complete to Harris, sidestepping near the marker out to the 18-yard line, and he picks up 11 on first down, and Navarro continuing to exploit some of that softer zone coverage from Miami as he approaches 100 yards through the air, now 87 for the Ohio quarterback. First and 10 from the 18 of the Bobcats out of the pistol. Navarro's got Tyus behind him. Now he moves to his right, turns into a shotgun. Low snap by his ankles, picked up by Navarro, throws a bullet far side off the hands of Harris and falls to the turf incomplete. And that will bring up second and 10 with 2:57 remaining in this third quarter. Miami leads it by 10. Handoff counter to the right for Tyus, and McWood got right to him at the 20-yard line, lowering the shoulder and bringing the ball carrier backward after the 2-yard pickup. Forward progress to the 20-yard line, and Tyus is hurt. He got laid into by Oscar McWood of Miami, it appeared. And he is down and being looked at. So Tyus, the feature back for Ohio, who has led the way amongst the running backs with just 15 yards on the ground, is down. Tyus has been helped up, but he's going to go to the Miami sideline, not the Ohio sideline, and he's not putting any weight on his left foot, so that's not a good sign for the Bobcats' top ball carrier. As Anthony Tyus is just going to be helped directly onto the Miami sideline, and he went down in the middle of the field, and it appeared just because it was a shorter distance to the Miami sideline, that's where they took him, and that's just unfortunate there for the Bobcats and their top running back. So they'll have to now rely on their secondary guy, Ricky Hunt Jr., who's been good when he's been given the chance, but a tough third down and 8 coming up for the Bobcats. Back out there out of the shotgun. Clock rolling again, 2:30 to go in this third quarter. RedHawks bring heat. Navarro stepping back, throws on the run to the far side. It's complete behind the line of scrimmage, but getting ahead, Hunt Jr. gets pushed out of bounds. As that may go for a gain of a yard, but not a lot there, and the Bobcats will have to punt this. But for some bad injury news on the Ohio side, now bad news on the Miami side as Matt Salopek is down on the far side for the RedHawks. He's currently on his backside being tended to by the training staff. Does get help to his feet pretty quickly and will walk off, albeit a little gingerly. Looks like he's got his arm around the trainer on the far side and is walking it off to the near part of the field, but really can't afford to have your defensive captain and Matt Salopek go out. MAC Defensive Player of the Year last year, and especially with already the injury to Ty Wise and that linebacking core, that duo has been really potent for Miami in the pass rush and in the second level. And Miami really needs both of those guys, at least one of them at 100%. So we'll check on Salopek. He's not going to the medical tent. He will be headed to the bench, and now Miami will get the ball back, and hopefully with good field position with Cade McDonald standing at his own 38-yard line. Fair catch was made at the 42-yard line by McDonald, and that's where the offense will start 1st and 10. For Brett Gabbert, he's got 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. It's Andre Johnson and Cade McDonald to the near side, Javon Tracy and Reggie Virgil on the far wing of the field. And on 1st down, a handoff up the middle for Keon Mosey breaking free. Puts his foot in the ground, and Mosey off to the races on the near side. Mosey inside the 20 will make his way down the sideline and into the end zone. 58 yards for a Miami touchdown. Finally, some explosivity in the run game, and who else would it be but Keon Mosey? 58 yards to the house to put him over 100 on the day. And Miami takes control again with 1:47 to go in the third. PAT pending. It's 22-6 RedHawks. PAT knocked through this time by Jobin, and with 1:47 to go, it is 23-6. 1:47 left in this third quarter. 23-6 RedHawks. 134 yards on the ground, 150 through the air. That 58-yard run is going to help, but statistically, this looks like a pretty balanced attack type of day for Miami, and that is just great to see after the RedHawks really could not run the ball through the first 5 games of the year. Again, a lot of facets are improving mid-season for Miami, and it's no surprise now that they're just about 17 minutes away from potentially jumping over 500 in the MAC and grabbing 2 key wins after a tough loss on the road to open conference play. Kellen McLaughlin's got the ball set on the tee, and like you said, Addison, some big pressure now on the Ohio offense. Can they answer the bell? It's flicked end over end out to the 6-yard line by McLaughlin, and a run to the right side gets blown up. A huge hit applied on special teams by Eli Koppas. The returner was Duncan Brune for Ohio at his own 6-yard line. He got it, return of 16 yards, but he got absolutely 360'd. And the Bobcats will start from inside their own 25 with 1:42 to go in this third quarter, now down 3 possessions at 23-6. So on 1st and 10, Island receivers both sides for Parker Navarro. He's in the pistol and Hunt the back. He'll try to hand it off to nobody, and 3 RedHawks get in the backfield and bring him down. Bryan Agu doing the army crawl along the ground. Navarro went to hand the ball off to his right. Hunt ran way out to the left side of the field. Navarro then flipped his head around to look at the football, and the RedHawks absolutely popped him all the way back to the 16-yard line of Ohio. It's a loss of 6. Navarro tried to get rid of it quickly, and it looked like Nazir Washington knocked that down, and now you talk about pressure. Ohio's got a 3rd and 16, and you're looking at a very short drive, booting this right back to the RedHawks if they could not convert. Not 4-down territory yet. We still have over a quarter left to play. 56 seconds left in the third, but the Bobcats do trail by 17. On 3rd and 16, Miami brings pressure. Pocket collapsing. Throw over the middle's intercepted. Matt Salopek, 2nd straight week with a pick. And that could be the dagger for Miami at the 28-yard line of Ohio. Salopek hawks it down, and the RedHawks will take over 1st and 10 from the Bobcat 25. Spot gets backed up a few yards to the 28. That's where the Miami offense starts. 1st and 10 on the Bobcat side of the field after the 2nd interception of the game. And Matt Salopek's got back-to-back weeks with a pick. MAC Defensive Player of the Year, maybe making a case for a repeat. Brett Gabbert on 1st down with 50 seconds remaining in the third. Takes a low snap by his ankles. Pressure coming. Throw to the far side is caught by McDonald. Out of a tackle. Juking at the goal line. He scores. 7 seconds, 1 play, punch it in for Miami. 28-yard catch for Cade McDonald, and the RedHawks put the hammer down with 43 seconds to go in the third. It is 29-6. Knocked through on the PAT by Jobin, and wow, an interception on 3rd and 16 by Salopek. And again, this is the complimentary football that Chuck Martin has preached the entire year. Miami did not have it in non-conference. They did not have it for much of that game against Toledo in their MAC opener. Safe to say they have found it the last couple of weeks. An interception at the Bobcat 28-yard line. And when the RedHawks had a chance to put the dagger in, it took just 1 play. Gabbert to McDonald, 28 yards to the house, and the RedHawks score to make it 30-6. And now, again, still a 3-score game now with the lead at 24 points, but this is really getting out of hand for the Bobcats on the road. Kickoff is kneeled down. Bobcats will start at the 25, and in that last stoppage, right before the kickoff, know who was all the way up on the edge of the sideline? Brett Gabbert had his helmet off, and he was really yelling at the guys on the field, trying to hype up the ST unit. He actually had to be pushed back further onto the sideline by the side judge. But I think Brett Gabbert is back. If there were any doubts, there were a lot of question marks around him and his play and his decision-making in the opening weeks of the year. He is definitely back and still trying to hype this team up for more, already up 30-6 late in this third. On first down, Navarro just fires it into the Miami bench. He had Hendricks wide open, but with pressure coming at his back, he rolled to the near side and just airmailed his receiver by probably 15 feet. So an incompletion, and it's 2nd and 10 for the Bobcats with 39 seconds remaining in the third quarter. They trail it 30-6 in the 100th meeting all time between Miami and Ohio. Poley facing pressure, throws to the far side, ball popped up in the air and it falls incomplete. Rayon Strader got in on Mason Williams, who caught that about 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, and almost like he was forcing a fumble, just punched that ball out. It flew up in the air, and Salopek was being blocked. Had that not happened, he might have had a second interception over the course of 3 defensive plays. But for now, it's 3rd down and 10. Nick Paulus has appeared twice this season, once against Morgan State, once against Kentucky, and now on for this drive. Ohio looking to spur some late momentum here. 3rd down and 10 with 34 seconds remaining in this third quarter. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. And Paulus, the redshirt junior from California, takes the snap. Pressure coming to the near side, gets rid of it. Catch made outside the numbers, and Owen got near the sticks. Did he get there? We'll see where they mark him. He's got enough. Right to the 35-yard line, needed 10 and got it. 1st down for the Bobcats. Paulus facing pressure, hit as he throws, and shot it over top the target, and Harris incomplete down the left seam. And man, this Miami pass rush is getting to the Bobcats' backup quarterback in on his first drive. Converted a 3rd down, now faced with a 2nd down and 10 from his own 35-yard line. Well, what a third quarter this was for the RedHawks. Put up those 4s. Final 15 from Oxford coming up on the other side of the break. After 3 from Yager Stadium, it is Miami 30 and Ohio 6 in the battle for the bricks. Stay tuned. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
30-6. Back-to-back touchdowns by the RedHawks. Have them up 3 scores, make it 4 in the battle of the bricks.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grilled difference with 2 Whopper Juniors for just $5.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. And get access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. There was no question of what I wanted to be. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce me.
Which you do you want to be today? At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. With the quality you deserve, styles you crave, and prices you love.
I'm gonna do what I do.
Max what makes you, you.
Do what I do.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks.
3 quarters gone and vintage dominance from the Miami RedHawks. They lead Ohio 30-6 after 45 minutes here from Yager Stadium. And man, this is well on its way to being a feel-good win for this Miami team who has not looked this good in a while. Ohio's made a quarterback change for this drive, trying to get some late momentum going. Nick Paulus is 1 of 4 for 10 yards, converted a 3rd down right now, 2nd and 10 for the Bobcats with 15 minutes left to play from their own 35-yard line. Team switch sides, Bobcats working it right to left. Ball on the right hash, and Paulus out of the pistol, has Hunt behind him. Top back Anthony Tyus was injured for Ohio and has not returned to the game since. Low snap, Paulus digs it off the ground, pressure coming, hit as he throws, and a side spiraling ball falls incomplete. Redhawks are going to run away with this one. Ty Wise picked it up and kind of acting as if it was a fumble, but absolutely a forward pass for Paulus. It falls incomplete. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Ohio. And man, Miami has not greeted Nick Paulus kindly. He did get that clutch 3rd down conversion for Ohio, but man, he has got hit on pretty much every play since he's entered the game. And now seeing on replay, maybe that play with the fumble was a little closer than we thought on that last throw. Yeah, live, that ball went 10 yards past. Paulus was about 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. It landed about 5 yards downfield, and he got hit as he threw, so it looked like a forward pass. But, yeah, as you said, we get another look on it at replay, and does his arm ever actually move forward with that football? I don't know. And mentioned there was an immediate recovery by Miami's Ty Wise, and Redhawks could be looking at getting the ball back here. Third down and 10 for the Bobcats. Ball on the right hash to their own 35-yard line. 5 seconds into the 4th. Play action throw to the near side. It is caught but short of the sticks. Nice leaping grab by Rodney Harris. He nets a 6-yard catch there out to the 41-yard line. But it'll be 4th down, and Ohio's going to punt here, it looks like. And that might be a sign of a towel getting thrown in by Tim Albin's team. And I mean, it's still a 3-score game technically. I mean, it's a 24-point game. Yeah, kind of puzzling that Ohio would punt here, but end over end kick. McDonald did not look like he'd field it. Now decides to a fair catch, called for next to the sideline and made at the 15-yard line of Miami. And that is where the RedHawks will start. So the Bobcats have Gonna essentially wave the white flag here on the road by punting there. Again, this is a 3-score game still, but on 4th and 5, the Bobcats, who had their backup quarterback in already, elect to punt, and the RedHawks will have the ball back now in clock-chewing mode with 14:10 to go in the 4th. We'll take a quick break. Miami all over Ohio, leading at 30-6, 50 seconds in to quarter number 4. You're listening to Miami football and the battle for the bricks on Red Hawk Radio.
Of the rivalry game.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grilled difference with 2 Whopper Juniors for just $5.
Is your business drowning in paperwork? The smart buying tools on Amazon Business help you work more efficiently, so you can focus on what you do best. Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Scared of a little blood? Dr. Garcia?
Whoa!
Reality checkup! Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
I must be brushing too hard.
No, it's actually a sign of bacterial infection, one that could spread to other parts of the body. Check this out.
Unlike other toothpastes, Crest Gum Detoxify's antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day, huh?
No reason to fear.
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
I want to buy a house, but I'm waiting to see if the interest rates get any lower.
Have you looked into Rocket Mortgage? They reduced my rate by 2% during the first year that I own my home.
2% in the first year is nice. You have my attention.
Exactly. And in the second year of my mortgage, they brought it down by 1%. It was a great start for us.
That's amazing. That would make you...
14:10 to go, 4th quarter in the battle for the bricks. It's Miami 30 and Ohio 6. As the RedHawks have stomped on their rivals here at home through 3 quarters and change. Miami opening up the lead, and the Bobcats most recently electing to punt the football away on 4th and 5 with their backup quarterback in down 24 points out near midfield. So now Miami trying to chew some clock, and Gabbert's got 2 receivers on either side and a running back to his right. That is Kevin Davis, who now motions to Gabbert's left with 10 on the play clock. Gabbert gets the snap, and it's a handoff to Davis, cutting it inside, spinning down the middle of the field. Davis gets out to the 20-yard line of the RedHawks before the pile engulfs him. Gain of 5 for Davis on first down. 2nd and 5 for the RedHawk 20. Ball down the center of the field with Miami working it from left to right. Handoff again. Davis squirms out of a tackle, gets near the marker. Pyle trying to push him, and finally hits the wall at the 26-yard line of the RedHawks. Gain of 6, first down, Miami. And he is still in the game as Gabbert out of the gun on 1st and 10. Ball on the left hash. Hands it to Davis, and he gets lit up in the backfield. No one touched the rusher in there for Ohio. It was Casey Seegers, the defensive end, the Liberty transfer, who came flying into the backfield. In the moment Davis touched that football, He almost got his helmet popped off. Loss of 4 back to the Miami 22. It's 2nd and 14. On 2nd and 14, handoff this time down the left side of the line for Dylan Downing, and he's got some space past the original sticks and lowers the shoulder as he is bumped out of bounds at around the 30-yard line. They'll mark him at the 29. Gain of 7 for the RedHawks. 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Miami 29. Ball on the left hash.
Tough athletic frame as well, kind of brings a little bit different of a style to this backfield than what we're used to with Kevin Davis and Keon Mosey.
11:02 and rolling to go, fourth quarter rather. Handoff in the backfield and no room that time for Mosey. Beg your pardon, that was Brunce Davis for the RedHawks that had it. Regardless, he got shut down for a loss of 1, and that'll bring on the punt team for Miami, who will run this clock down to about 10:15 before they punt it away, leading 30-6. Yeah, Downing, an interesting back brought in. He was coached last year by Miami's former running backs coach Lamar Connard, who left a couple seasons ago from this Miami coaching staff to go coach at Purdue in the same role. He's an alum of that Boilermaker program. Shout out to Lamar Jr., who's an athletic communications guy here at Miami. That kick is away by Alec Bevelheimer, and the fair catch is made by Owen at the 39-yard line of Ohio. Speaking of Lamar Connard, his main assignment, he's the media contact for men's basketball. Men's basketball season approaching for Miami. We're within a month. John Rothstein probably has the official count, but we're around 20-some days, getting started in early November. The Miami men will start on the road against Appalachian State in Boone, North Carolina in the MAC Sunbelt Challenge. The women will take on the Mountaineers here in Oxford that same night. It is, I believe, Monday, November 4th, the date for that. Upcoming broadcast next week. We'll have 3 games for you next weekend, starting on Friday with Miami hockey. RedHawks in action tonight on the road against Robert Morris. After suffering their first loss of the season on Thursday, Miami will take on Lindenwood next weekend, a Lions program that has turned some heads. They were not a great team last year, but almost swept top 10 Wisconsin on the road last weekend, so that looks like a much improved club that Miami will host next weekend. 6:35 pregame, 7:05 puck drop on Red Hawk Radio next Friday, and then Saturday we will have a doubleheader for you here on Red Hawk Radio. Football team will be back here at home at Yager Stadium as they will take on the Chippewas of Central Michigan in a 2 o'clock start. Coverage begins with the Red Hawk Radio kickoff show at 1, pregame at 1:30, and a 2 o'clock kick between the RedHawks and Chips, as Miami will, at this point, can safely say, probably hope for their 3rd straight win, with the RedHawks leading 30-6, 10-10 left to go in this one. Again, 2 o'clock kick between Miami and Central Michigan, and then we will be back later on that night from across town at Katie Arena for the series finale for the men's hockey team, Miami and Lindenwood game 2. 6:35 pregame, 7:05 puck drop on Saturday night as well. A nice nightcap to the weekend coming up a week from today. So 10-10 to go. 4th quarter, Miami 30, Ohio 6. And Addison, Miami's produced a couple turnovers on the defensive end. They forced Ohio to put their backup in. And again, this is not just an Ohio offense that's a run-of-the-mill MAC offense. This was an offense that many people thought was probably the best in the conference heading in this weekend, at the very least, led by likely the best quarterback in Parker Navarro, and the way he commanded respect in both the passing and running game. Miami shut down both of those things, as Navarro out of the game now will likely finish 13 for 22 for 88 yards through the air, no touchdowns and 2 picks, and 45 yards on the ground, which is much below what he's used to normally in the triple digits with his legs.
Speaking of
Poley on the run, boots it out and throws complete to the sticks for Williams, who will squirm forward for a couple extra yards, picking up 12 on 1st and 10 out to the 49-yard line. Another chain mover for the Bobcats. Poley got blasted on that last quarterback keep after a 3-yard gain by Ty Wise. Now on 2nd and 7, drops to throw. 3-step drop, throws into a tight window, and that's broken up, incomplete. Rayon Strader boxed that up, and it falls to the turf. 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Bobcats. 8:58 to go, 4th quarter, and Miami leads it 30-6. And man, Rayon Strader is just so fun to watch on the defensive side for the RedHawks. Third down and 7, pistol formation for Nick Poley. He will now motion Ricky Hunt to his right. Shotgun with 2 receivers spread to the left and 1 to the right. Takes a belt tie snap, looking over the near seam. Pass complete as Harris makes his way into Miami territory. He's torn down right at the middle of the field at the 39-yard line of Miami. It's a gain of 13 for Harris, who's had a pretty productive day through the air stats-wise, although it's just come in bits and pieces for Ohio. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats inside the Miami 40 with 8.5 left to play. They trail it by 24 points. Poley hands it off on 1st down. Hunt got out of the first tackle as he throws the defender down. But now Miami's saying the ball is out and that they have it. RedHawks came out with it. Signal is ball carrier was down at the 34. Yeah, that was kind of nonchalant by everybody. It just looked like a normal play was unfolding, and then all of a sudden the RedHawks are out with the football. And now the officials will meet here. Corbin Hondra, it looks like, ran out of the pile with the ball in his hands. And the ruling on the field, a fumble recovered by the RedHawks. So it took some discussion, but another turnover forced by this Miami defense. And as if you couldn't get anything more from them, with 8:15 to go, the RedHawk offense will take over again, leading by 24 at their own 34-yard line. The officials have announced that they're going to review this, so they're over at the monitor. This gives us a chance to look ahead a little bit to what's coming down the road for Miami. Central Michigan next weekend, 2 o'clock start here at Yager. Then the RedHawks will have kind of that mini bye headed into the midweeks, where they'll get about a week and a half off before they head to Muncie in an election night special on November 5th. That Tuesday, of course, all eyes on national television will be watching the Miami RedHawks and the Ball State Cardinals from Muncie, Indiana. Game time has not been announced for that game yet. It will likely be announced in about a week or so. 7:30 or 8 p.m. One of those 2 start times on one of the ESPN networks, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU. Again, on election night, November 5th, a Tuesday. That is the only road midweek game for Miami. They will then come back home for 2 midweek games at home against Kent State on November 13th. That's a Wednesday as we get our call. They're going to reverse the call, so that'll bring the Ohio offense back onto the field. And it will be second down and short coming up for the Bobcats. So maybe a little bit of wishful thinking there for Miami, but regardless, this game's still at hand with a 24-point lead. RedHawks will host Kent State on November the 13th. That's a Wednesday, and then they'll come off short rest, a 6-day gap to November the 19th, the following Tuesday against Northern Illinois. Game against Kent State's a 7 o'clock kick. Northern Illinois could either be 7, 7:30, or 8 on some form of national television. For the Bobcats, they're out of the pistol. Clock moving once again, 8:09 and rolling to go, with the Bobcats down 30-6 here in the battle for the bricks. About to suffer likely their first MAC loss. Handoff and rather a keeper for Paulus around the left edge. He has enough for the first down to the 26-yard line of Miami. 8-yard gain on 2nd and 5 for Nick Paulus, the backup quarterback for Ohio. Silas Walters in on the stop for Miami. It'll be 1st and 10. Regular season then wraps up for the RedHawks on Black Friday. This has been a really interesting schedule for Miami this year. They will have a noon game on Black Friday. That's November 29th. A 12 o'clock start against Bowling Green on the road, and that's how their regular season will come to an end. On 1st and 10, they'll mark at the 23-yard line for the Bobcats. Polis on a play action will throw to the end zone, and it's incomplete. Put that too far to the inside to find Owen, who was more towards the corner of the end zone. It falls short of him. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 7:23 to play. Miami still very much alive and kicking for the MAC championship, and talked about it a little bit during the Toledo broadcast as the RedHawks fell. It's not as detrimental as it might have been in the past to lose a game in your MAC opener for Miami if you could run the table, which the RedHawks have at least put the first couple pieces in place to do. 2nd down and 10 here for Ohio. And Paulus will take the snap, look right now, tuck and run on the draw play. He's just going to crumple and fall. Nazir Washington will bring him down for a 3-yard loss. It looks like back to the 26-yard line. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 13. But the MAC no longer has divisions, so you got that in your back pocket. And also, Toledo is the favorite, so you're thinking you've already got that team out of the way. Toledo, you were thinking, might run the table in the MAC and win out. Well, Buffalo spoiled their hopes of that, believe it or not, the following week. However, Miami with a pretty tough MAC schedule here when you look up and down and the teams they have to play without divisions. But in a weird way, that almost kind of helps them down the stretch of the year. 3rd down and 13 here for Nick Paulus. Taking the snap, looking right, has time, now throwing over the middle. It's incomplete. That was blanketed, but now 2 flags and a 3rd in, and Ambe Caldwell, it looks like, is going to get dinged for a penalty here. Pass interference and a spot foul down to the 19-yard line. So with 6:33 left to go in this fourth, the Bobcats will take it 1st and 10 from there, down 30-6. But when you look at this schedule, Addison, at the beginning of the year, you were thinking, man, this is really unlucky. No more divisions, and that means Miami's got to face Toledo to open, Eastern Michigan, who's an improved team, Ohio here in their 3rd MAC game as Paulus takes the snap, sets his feet, throwing towards the end zone. Jump ball over top the target, incomplete. He was looking for Williams, the tight end, in the end zone. Pretty good coverage there from Corbin Hondrew, as that'll bring up a 2nd down and 10 from the Miami 19. But now you lose your opening game, but what you're realizing is you pretty much have the chance to ensure no other team goes undefeated in the MAC. Toledo already lost. You're about to hand Ohio their first loss, but even some of the tougher games left on your schedule, you look at the NIU game, you look at the Bowling Green game, those teams are on your schedule that you're probably going to be competing with, so you want to play those teams that you're chasing if you're hoping to get to Detroit, and Miami's still very much alive and well. This next play thrown to the near side, it is caught on the 1-yard line. RedHawks get to it there, but the catch made just short of the end zone as Chase Hendricks brought that in for Ohio, and they'll have 1st and goal from the 1-yard line as we move towards 6 minutes left to play. Big boys up front, handoff, counter to the right side. First effort not there. The second effort is into the end zone for a touchdown for the Bobcats. There is a flag on the far side. It's offside on Miami. Penalties declined, and the touchdown will stand. Looked like the RedHawks got to the ball carrier in the backfield, but the second effort pushed through. Nolan McCormick, who got his first carry of the season right there, bashes it into the end zone. The Mason High School alum puts it in just about 40 minutes away from his hometown of Mason, Ohio, just up the road. And the Bobcats are into the end zone for the second time, and will go for two here. With 5:58 to go in the fourth quarter, they've made it 30-12. Pistol formation for Paulus. Handles a knee-high snap, flush to the near side, throwing to the end zone. Open man, toe tap catch, and the try is good. It's Owen that brought it in for the Bobcats, it appears. Or rather, said it was Caleb Gossett for Ohio that brought that in, but in the back corner of the end zone, he will give Ohio 2 points, and it's now 30-14 with 5:58 left to go in the fourth. And the RedHawks set to get the ball back. But just back to that point about qualifying for Detroit, Addison, it's not great to lose your opening game. But again, a lot of the teams that you'll be chasing as a one-loss team through the rest of the MAC slate, you'll have the chance to beat and hand a loss yourself and also earn the tiebreak. So for the RedHawks, in truth, as much as you'd love to, go undefeated in the MAC, and Miami thought going into the year they'd probably be favored in every MAC game this year, that Toledo game doesn't end up meaning a whole lot now if you can just take care of business down the stretch. Looking around the MAC scoreboard, Eastern Michigan bouncing back with a 38-34 win over Central this week. So the Chippewas dropped to 1-2 in the conference. They'll be here next weekend as Miami's next opponent here from Yager Stadium. Another fortunate thing, a couple of the 2-0 teams left in conference are playing each other this week, as Ohio, the third 2-0 team, is likely moments away from suffering that first loss. But Western Michigan and Buffalo currently in the fourth quarter, and the Broncos lead it 41-38. They just kicked a field goal to retake the lead over the Bulls, but a couple of 2-0 teams, there will only be one unbeaten left in the MAC at day's end in all likelihood. Ball State is the team that is not playing in conference today. They will be at Vanderbilt at 7 o'clock in a surprise Commodore squad that beat Alabama a couple of weeks ago. So looking down the road for Miami, their destiny seems very much within their grasps if they want to repeat as conference champions. And again, the talent is here to do it. The media and the coaches picked them to do it. And while the start wasn't what they'd hoped, they really still have everything left to play for throughout the rest of this season. Bobcats will line up in onside kick formation. Spenek has the ball on the tee. Clusters of Bobcats on each side. They'll now run the two extra men to the right, 6 men over there. Spenek facing that way, rolls it along the ground, and the RedHawks will let it fly out of bounds. Flag comes in. Miami will take possession with 5:58 to go in the fourth quarter. And they will have a 30-14 lead and take over in plus territory as well on this next drive. And Addison for Ohio, especially with that touchdown, maybe a little surprising, like we talked about, that they punted on that 4th and 5 a little earlier on in this fourth quarter, because now it is just a 2-score game, and you still have all 3 timeouts, and again, it's not likely that you'll pull this off here, but feels like things maybe got mailed in a little early for the Bobcats, a little surprising, especially in a rivalry game here on the road. Yep. Two rushes to Mosey have gone nowhere for Miami. The latest just got stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Miami will run the clock under 5 minutes. And again, also a little surprising on the Ohio side, they're not using their timeouts right now, as Miami's just going to take 2 minutes off the clock in all likelihood and punt this back to them. So the Bobcats will keep the timeouts in the pocket. They trail it by 16. They already went for two twice in this game. The first unsuccessful. That was when they tried to cut it to a 16-8 game after a 7.5-minute drive coming out of the locker room. They were unsuccessful, and that kind of set the table for the rest of the way. The Miami offense really found their stride. The defense forced a couple turnovers as well. RedHawks took the snap, and there was some movement up front. Flag is in, and a false start will back Miami up for this 3rd down and 10. Now a 3rd down and 15 with 4:23 to go in the 4th quarter. It's RedHawks 30 and Bobcats 14. Handoff down the left side for Mosey. Got a yard and got gobbled up in the process. 3rd down and 14, and I believe Ohio just took a timeout. Yeah, so the Bobcats take their first timeout. 3:49 remaining in the game, and there is for the RedHawks. Yeah, so they took it before the injury timeout came through, and that is a little unfortunate for the Bobcats, as they could have got a free stoppage out of that probably, but game clock will be reset up 4 seconds to 3:53. And as the sun starts to set here from Oxford, we get to enjoy this setting. We'll probably get about another week of this. The weather, although I haven't checked the Central Michigan weather yet for next Saturday, should hopefully be pretty good. And then you get into the midweek Maction madness, where it's probably going to be about 20 degrees when we're back here for that first game, because it seems like it always is. But the RedHawks, in all likelihood, will pick up their 2nd win in conference, and that will improve Miami to 3-4. Again, if you're a RedHawk fan, you had a lot of preseason expectations, and bowl eligibility kind of seemed like a foregone conclusion for the RedHawks at the beginning of the year with how much talent they brought in. But with how many games you lost early on, you've at least righted the ship and got back on track to hopefully secure that. And now your eyes still obviously on things greater than that, like the MAC championship and all sorts of things in that regard. But again, it was a Miami team that started 1-4. And do a lot of 1-4 teams make bowls? Analytically, no, they don't. And so it's good that Miami's found their stride. They've picked up some wins, and we've already talked about how much there is left to play for this team. Basically everything that they set for themselves preseason. But at least the bowl eligibility aspect is still probably just as likely to happen now as it was in preseason. Drive starts in the 18-yard line, and the first pass was almost intercepted for Paulus as Silas Walters almost cross-cut that football around the 35-yard line. And again, Bryan has just been hitting and hitting and hitting on Paulus since he's entered the game as the backup quarterback for Ohio. 3:43 remains in this fourth quarter. It's Miami 30 and Ohio 14. They've got 2 timeouts left. Bobcats with the backup quarterback in. This game is kind of lulled along in this fourth quarter as it seemed like each side has been content to kind of take the result, but the Bobcats with the onside kick trying to do a little more here. Snap taken though, pressure getting home, and Paulus goes down. It's a goo, and Ty Wise in the backfield for Miami. They swing down the quarterback for an 8-yard loss back to the Bobcat 10, and it will be 3rd down and 18 for Ohio with the clock moving down to 3:21 remaining in this fourth quarter. Third down and 18. Bobcats have rebounded well, ended up 6 for 13. Paulus stepping up under pressure, throwing on the run. It's underthrown. Strader hopping up, and he couldn't come up with it. It's incomplete. Rayon Strader almost climbed the imaginary ladder and made a phenomenal leaping interception on a jump ball. He got up there, got both hands on the ball, but could not hang on to it. Ends up just being a pass breakup for Miami's top DB instead of what could have been a second interception of the day. And the Bobcats will bring on the punt unit, and there have been a couple attempts, it seems like, to surrender for Ohio, and this will probably be the last. Cade McDonald's on the Ohio 47, and the rugby-style punt sends the football end over end to the Miami side of the field, where McDonald makes the fair catch at the RedHawk 49-yard line. 2:50 remaining in the fourth quarter. Miami will have to get 1 first down before they can kneel. Ohio still with 2 timeouts, but in punting they probably won't use them, and RedHawks lead at 30-14. Keon Mosey trotting out with the offense. What a game for him. 107 yards on the ground off 13 attempts, including the 58-yard touchdown. That is Miami's lone scorer on the ground today. Brett Gabbert's got 3 touchdowns through the air. He had 4 last week, and we're really starting to see the Brett Gabbert that we got used to over the last 5 seasons for Miami come to fruition with that sharpness and that quick decision-making for Miami's veteran field general. On first down, the handoff up the middle goes to Mosey, and he crashes forward across midfield to the 49-yard line of Ohio. Tim Albin is not using his timeouts after that 2-yard pickup. Kind of looks like Keon Mosey's taking a play out of the Ashton Genty playbook a little bit with the pre-snap stance that has swept the college football world by storm. Kind of the casual look in the backfield for Miami. But nonetheless, a 3-yard pickup for the RedHawk feature back on first down. Last snap before the 2-minute timeouts, a handoff left to Mosey, and he'll be dropped for a loss after the 3-yard gain. Between hashes and numbers, he is down at the 49-yard line after a loss of 1, and that brings us to the 2-minute timeout as Miami faces a 3rd down and 8. We'll take one final break here on RedHawk Radio. RedHawks set to take another win in the battle for the bricks. The century mark of this rivalry will go to the RedHawks. Miami's 2 minutes away, leading 30-14 to a rivalry win. We return to Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio.
It's the 2-minute timeout.
Immediate timeout.
And we will step aside. Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's defense got a 3rd and 8 coming up here. Miami with the 2-score lead, 2 to go in the 4th.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, cloud 9, 2 words, cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike.
And this is Celia.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich
is the symphony of flavors. You can always count on that crispy, tender, juicy chicken, and it's got pickled jalapenos, and it's so good.
My favorite part is the pimento cheese. Topped off with the honey, it all comes together perfectly. I like the original.
I like the spicy chicken fillet. But either way,
you're getting a winner.
Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
And Doug.
Whoa, Wiesemann, we're in a parade. Everyone, customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save.
And then I wake up.
And you have this dream every night?
Yeah, every night.
I see.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We're so confident in the capability of our SUVs and the performance of our sedans that we offer a 10.
Brett Gabbert in the offense will return to the field, putting the finishing touches on a dominant rivalry win here from Yager Stadium. It's emptied out in Oxford, and that's because Miami's got a 30-14 lead, and the RedHawks really have been in no danger of losing this one since taking the first lead of the game at 3-0. Alongside Addison, Lenhart, Luke Poley with you. It's 30-14 at the 2-minute timeout. Bobcats were not taking their timeouts with Miami running the ball. They face a 3rd down and 8 from the Bobcat 49, but we'll probably just see Miami put this on the ground and punt it away with just over a minute left. The back is Keon Mosey to Gabbert's right. All the big boys up front, nobody out wide for Miami, and it is Mosey that gets the handoff, and he dives right down the middle of the field. Give him about 3 yards, and as I said, no timeouts being taken. Tim Albin decided to take one as Mosey goes for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 4th and 5 for the RedHawks. And timeout called by Ohio. They've got 1 left. Game clock will probably be reset. .154 is the announcement that we get. So 1:54 left for the Bobcats to work with, down 16 points with 1 timeout. And they've had their backup quarterback in for some time now. Paulus will go out for what I believe will be his 3rd or 4th drive for Ohio after Parker Navarro was pulled from the game. Big crowd was here, and Miami delivered. RedHawks have had 2 big crowds in 3 games this season. The one probably hurt by some really tough weather. That was when the RedHawks beat UMass in very dramatic fashion. Probably the best game we've seen out of the 3 at home. But regardless, RedHawks put together a dominant performance tonight. High hanging kick is fair caught at the 9-yard line by Owen of Ohio. They'll mark him at the 10, and with 1:50 left to play, the Bobcat offense will take over 1st and 10, 90 yards separated between they and the end zone, trailing 30-14. For Ohio, they picked up a really impressive non-conference win against South Alabama. Outside of that, not a ton that could turn heads. They competed a little bit against Syracuse, but never really had a shot to win the game. And then pretty much won the games they were supposed to win, lost the ones they were supposed to. Almost blew a massive lead against Central Michigan last week. They led 24-0 at the break, ended up winning 27-25. Movement up front at the line of scrimmage, and this will be a false start to back the Bobcats up. They'll have a tough game coming up next Saturday. They will host Buffalo. It is Frank Solich Day for the Bobcats. A big day to celebrate their former head coach and the namesake of their field, Frank Solich Field at Peden Stadium. Look at the schedule remaining, and a few tough games left on there for Ohio after this one, and that's what's going to make the road to a potential MAC championship bid. Bobcats were there 2 years ago. They lost to Toledo, but it's going to be tough. They've got Buffalo followed by Kent State, Eastern Michigan, then at Toledo on November 20th, followed by a home game against Ball State on Friday the 29th of November to wrap up the year. Feet set, throw to the far side, a toe tap catch along the sideline for a pickup of about 6 yards as Paulus connects with Caleb Gossett. The big receiver's got kind of a tight end frame. They'll give him a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10 coming up. He got out of bounds, so the clock will stop with 1:45 remaining. Owen made the catch. It is holding on Ohio. That's going to back them up. Catch would have gone for about 22 yards. Pretty nice route there for Owen. Found a small gap in the zone coverage, and Paulus, who was rolling to the near side, delivered a rainbow right on the money, but it will be wiped away by the penalty. It backs Ohio back to their own 5-yard line. 2nd and 15 from there with 1:38 to play, trailing 30-14 here on the road, with the 3-hour bus ride back to Athens looming for these Bobcats. Out of the pistol, it is a handoff and tons of room to run down the right side for Hunt Jr. He is finally met at the second level by the RedHawks and Matt Salopek. He's brought down at the 15-yard line after a 10-yard pickup. Down to 1:20 to go. It's 3rd and 5. Ohio going hurry up. Paulus takes a quick snap, looking right. Now he'll tuck and run. Salopek pursuing. He gets blocked, and Paulus runs out of bounds with enough for the first down up to the 21-yard line. Clock will stop with 72 seconds remaining. Again, still a 30-14 Miami lead that is very comfortable, but the Bobcats stringing some stat padding here late. Again, Ohio kind of gave up on this game when it was 30-6. It'll likely end 30-14, and the stats will probably look a little closer than it actually was as Paulus drops back, facing pressure, flush to the far side, stepping, now deciding to run, sheds out of a shoestring tackle, and will two-step out of bounds at the 30-yard line after a pickup of 8. There is a flag on the near side of the field in the Miami secondary, and the indication it's defensive holding on Miami. 1:04 remaining in this game. But really just difficult to explain for the RedHawks how dominant this win has been compared to what we have seen in the past. Think back to a couple games potentially last year. The Buffalo game got a little close late. Miami really took it to Akron last season as well. They beat Kent State pretty good on the road in their MAC opener last season, but even as good as that team was last year, from start to finish, there were very few games that were as at hand as this one was. It's 3rd down and 10 for Ohio from the 41 on their own half of the field. 55 seconds remaining. Paulus back to throw. 5-step drop, shuffling, setting, throwing over the middle. It is caught into Miami territory by Harris Jr. He's thrown down at the 44-yard line of the RedHawks. It is a pickup of 15 yards, and the Bobcats will go hurry up with 45 seconds remaining. Paulus again back to throw, and will zip it to the near side. Caught, even though he's hit as he throws, and now Owen jukes two. Finally, Matt Salopek runs into his back and brings him down. Chuck Martin is not happy with the officials, I guess asking for something in the backfield as Miami almost got pressure to the quarterback there, as Paulus was certainly hurried. It's a first down for the Bobcats with 31 seconds and counting remaining. Ball on the Miami 32. Paulus back to throw. He'll check it down to the exterior. Hunt spinning away from a tackle and stepping out of bounds as Strader forced him out at around the 26-yard line. 24 seconds remaining, and the Bobcats may threaten to make this a one-score game here late. But again, Miami leads it by 16 points with 24 seconds left to play. Paulus lofting to the end zone. It is broken up by Evans, but two flags in, and Evans just mowed his man over there. Really didn't make any effort to get his head around, and that's about as obvious a pass interference as you're going to find. It was Hendricks, the receiver, and Evans kind of like tackled him, like quarterback style almost, like he was sacking him. I mean, he fully squared the shoulders and brought him down to the ground. Can't do that with the ball not there. 17 seconds remaining now, and the Bobcats will move up to the Miami 11. Clock stops after the penalty. First down and 10 for Ohio. Down 16 points. Low snap for Paulus. He handles it. He'll throw. One-on-one coverage to the end zone. Overshot incomplete. Strader was back there for Miami. That'd be a tough test for Harris to win that one-on-one, but the throw was about 5 yards past the end line and not competitive to make a one-on-one catch. 13 seconds remaining now for the Bobbies. Down 30-14, and it's 2nd and 10 for the Miami 11. So second down and 10, from the 11. Paulus back to throw. Now running towards the far side, has room, headed to the corner, ducking back in, gets chopped down at the goal line, but he's in. So a touchdown for the Bobcats with 5 seconds remaining. And now, somehow, some way, the Bobcats could go for two, potentially onside kick, and then maybe set up a Hail Mary to try and tie the game in what has felt like a game that's been over for the last about 15 minutes. They'll go for two here again. Bobcats have had to go for two on every touchdown they've scored today. We have not seen Gianni Spedic at all outside of kickoffs. Game clock set up to 6 seconds and ready for play. Shotgun formation for Paulus. A Miami stop here would finally put the nail in, it seems, and now Chuck Martin wanting a timeout, doesn't get one. Paulus rolling to the far side, hop steps, throws, and it's broken up. Silas Walters got through. There is a flag on the near side of the field, and Miami might have jumped off, and we might have to do this again. Chuck Martin is pleading, yeah, it's an ineligible downfield, and Miami will decline it. Chuck Martin looked like was very close there to blowing up on the official if that was a penalty on the RedHawks that he wanted to call a timeout. But instead, the try is no good, and now it's still a two-possession game, 30-20. And with 6 seconds to go, that is probably how this game will end. So the Bobcats almost made something out of nothing, essentially. Had they hit that two-point conversion, did the onside kick, that would seem like something that could only happen in a MAC game. Little bit. Hands team out for Miami. Again, 6 seconds remaining in the game. And the RedHawks leading it 30-20 over Ohio. This was once a 30-6 ball game. Ohio pulled their starting quarterback, and that was kind of the signal of what it felt like was to come. Rolling ball, and Salopek went up for it, bobbled for a second, but does secure it for Miami with 3 seconds left to go. The RedHawks will take over, and Brett Gabbard and the offense can finally kneel and take that breath. Miami is going to win their second straight game in conference as the RedHawks will improve to 3-4 and 2-1 in the MAC. And what a performance put on by this team, coming back here at home for the first time since a thrilling win over UMass. Miami rolls over Ohio on this afternoon turned night. Brett Gabbard in victory formation with 3 seconds left to play. And the final score will look a little closer maybe than it was. But a win's a win for this Miami team. Gabbard takes the knee, a backflip from Kevin Davis, and the RedHawks take down their rivals in Ohio in the 100th battle for the Bricks. It was always Miami. RedHawks 30, Bobcats 20. Your final score here tonight from Oxford. With the win, Miami 3-4. They've won their second straight game and improved to 2-1 in the Mid-American Conference. They'll be back here next weekend for a 2 p.m. start against the Chippewas of Central Michigan. With the loss, that's the first in conference for Ohio this season. They dropped to 4-3 and a 2-1 record now in the MAC for Ohio, who has a little bit of a difficult road ahead now to reach the Mid-American Conference Championship. They have a currently unbeaten, but likely won't be unbeaten by the end of the day, Buffalo Bulls team on the docket next week at home, and next Saturday afternoon for the Bobcats trying to get back on to the winning train. But Addison, Miami came out firing. RedHawks won what was kind of a field position battle type of first quarter. They went up 3-0. Then when they got into the end zone for the first time, it felt like this team really started to settle in on both sides of the ball. The defense did what they do. They got 3 sacks and 2 turnovers today, and the offense put up a whole ton of points when it mattered to pull away from Ohio. No doubt. Best 2 games of the season the last couple weeks for Miami. They come here at home and they deliver a big, big statement here against Ohio. A haymaker thrown by Miami. They beat the Bobcats by a final score of 30-14. We're next on the air on Friday as Miami hockey is back at Katie Arena for a Friday-Saturday set against Lindenwood. Lots of action on Red Hawk Radio. Make sure to stay tuned to our socials to keep up to date on what's going on. 6:35 pregame and a 7:05 puck drop next time we're on the air on Friday for the RedHawks hockey team against Lindenwood. Then the following day we'll have a doubleheader starting at 1 o'clock with Miami football against Central Michigan. That's when the Red Hawk Radio kickoff show begins. Pregame at 1:30 and a 2 o'clock kick between the RedHawks and Chips. Then that night, 6:35 pregame and 7:05 puck drop for RedHawks and the Lindenwood Lions in Game 2 of that hockey series. Well, this was a ton of fun and a historic mark in this rivalry and a mark into the history books for Miami. Chuck Martin with the win now ties Randy Walker for most all-time in RedHawk history by a head coach with 59. Congrats to Coach Martin. He is hoping to move into sole possession of first place coming up next weekend. We'll send things over to the postgame with Sean Wiesemann and Bryan Miller on the other side of this break. For now, saying so long from Yager Stadium alongside Addison Lenhart, I'm Luke Poley. Miami beats Ohio in the battle for the bricks. Final score from Oxford, RedHawks 30 and Bobcats 20. Thanks for tuning in to this presentation of Miami football on RedHawk Radio. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you, Luke. Thank you, Addison. Bryan Miller here, joined by Sean Wiesemann. Miami beats Ohio 32-20 in another dominant performance from the RedHawks. Miami outgained Ohio in passing yards, rushing yards, total yards, turnovers, but not quite first downs. A little misleading, though, in this 10-point victory for Miami. That is 3 wins in the last 4 games for Miami. Puts them at 3-4 for the season, and probably more importantly, 2-1 in conference play. Sean, what were your takeaways from this performance this afternoon?
Well, the Spreadhawks once again doing exactly what we hoped that they could do, and being a 3.5-point favorite and coming away with a 10-point victory. That looks deceiving, given the fact that those 2 scores came in the final for OU came in the final quarter, final 10 minutes even. It was really refreshing though to see a complete team performance like that. Once again, stacking them. You know, especially with that first ugly win against UMass, you were wondering, oh my gosh, is this team just going to try to sleepwalk its way through conference play? But no, they've turned it on, especially after the game against Toledo. You know, you thought, oh my gosh, is this just going to be another disappointing? No, they've turned it on. And so now in back-to-back games, they've had a very solid defensive and offensive performance combined, which goes to show you this is a very well-rounded RedHawks squad when it's clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they're playing their best ball right as conference play begins, which is a pretty good thing,
yes,
I would think.
Definitely.
Obviously, a lot of preseason expectations, especially in the non-conference schedule. You could say a little bit of disappointment then, but I think the goal of winning a MAC championship, goal number 1 for Miami, still very much alive. In the MAC standings, it looks like Western Michigan is going to beat Buffalo. Yes, they did in the battle of undefeated teams. So Western Michigan is in the driver's seat on the road to Detroit at 3-0, but they don't have a whole lot of breathing room behind them as Toledo got a win over NIU, big win for the Rockets. Toledo, Bowling Green, Miami, Buffalo, Ohio, and Eastern Michigan, all 1 game back at 2-1. Northern Illinois, Central Michigan, Ball State at 1-2, and Kent State and Akron, the rivals from Northeast Ohio, at 0-3. So, Sean, still a ton of teams in contention for the MAC conference race. So, still a lot to look forward to for Miami. And, I mean, most of these teams are going to play each other, so it'll work itself out. But very crowded here in Week 8.
You're absolutely right, and that's what makes MACtion so awesome. The MAC being just a conference of unpredictability. You always might have a few preseason contenders that you think might have a shot, but you never really know until the game is played. And like I said, that's what makes MACtion so fun, and that's what makes being a Miami RedHawks so fun, and is you never know what's going to happen. So really, really enjoyed this game, though, knowing that the RedHawks are able to get a victory in the 100th Battle of the Bricks, and really also very happy to see the RedHawks improve to 3-4.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it there, Sean. Very unpredictable league. It's only in the MAC where a team can beat Notre Dame in their place, and then the next week lose a conference game to Buffalo at home. That only happens in one conference, and that is the MAC. But that's why we love it, isn't it? Next week for Miami, they will get Central Michigan at home at 2 o'clock. And the Chippewas coming off of a tough loss. They lost 38-34 against rival Eastern Michigan. Sean Chippewas blew a 34-16 lead in the fourth quarter, so they certainly have a lot to prove next week here in Oxford. What are some things that you're looking forward to in that game next week against CMU?
Well, like I said, they're just a very hot and, like you said, they're a very hot and cold team. And, for 3 quarters, they can play lights out and, pull an 18-point lead. But, for them, it's going to be about, for Central Michigan, it's going to be about closing the gap there and finishing games. And then on the other end of it, it's going to be for Miami, it's going to be about keeping this momentum. You've got now 3, like you said, 3 of your last 4 games are wins. Make it 4 or 5 and continue to stack these great performances week after week to continue to not only just build towards a conference championship, but to potentially build for a great bowl game placement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got to keep building and building if you are the RedHawks.
Yep.
For Ohio next week, they will take on a fellow 2-1 conference record team in Buffalo at home. We'll see who's starting quarterback next week for OU. They made a quarterback change. Polos comes in for Navarro and played all right, but it's obviously a different type of game, different type of defense that Navarro has been facing. It's actually the second time this year Navarro's been benched for Polos, other one coming against Morgan State. Any thoughts on what could happen next week for OU? Is there a certain type of quarterback battle coming?
Well,
what would you expect there?
Yeah, I imagine that Tim Albin will be very non-committal in his decision next week because it showed that obviously even with the even though Miami was playing a prevent kind of defense and letting them take easy yardage, Navarro was just far too erratic and far too indecisive for, I'm sure, his liking and for Bobcats fans' liking. And, it does present an opportunity for Navarro to potentially get benched. So, we'll see. But it certainly would not surprise me given the unpredictability of conference play. And also it would also not surprise me given that Albin has already made a lot of roster changes just in the offseason. So it would not surprise me to see him make an in-season change as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot to look forward to in that game between the Bulls and the Bobcats in Athens next week. And next week here in Yager, the RedHawks taking on the Chippewas in a battle between 2-1 and 1-2 MAC teams. Sean, any final thoughts before we sign off today?
Well, I'll certainly say that this was, like I mentioned, this was definitely the best win they've had this season. The Eastern Michigan game was a very good win, but Eastern Michigan isn't, in my opinion, not quite the team that Ohio is. And the fact that they were able to so thoroughly dominate all elements of this game was really encouraging to see, and to also see the progress that the offense especially has made in making not just a better run game, but able to move the ball down the field deep better, was really refreshing and encouraging, and something that we can certainly look forward to seeing in the coming weeks.
Certainly a lot to look forward to and a lot to be happy about if
Absolutely.
you are Miami or a Red Hawk fan, both from this game and last week against Eastern Michigan. Well, that'll do it from us from Red Hawk Radio. That was Sean Wiesemann. I'm Bryan Miller. Signing off from Yager Stadium. Miami wins the 100th battle for the Bricks, 30-20 over Ohio. We'll see you next week where Miami will take on Central Michigan at 2. Also bring you some hockey broadcasts that weekend. It'll be a busy weekend here.
Yes, there will.
On Red Hawk Radio. But for now, that'll do it from Yager Stadium. Signing off. You all have a good Saturday. Thank you for listening.